Lines of the day from CMR.
Good morning, Sandy.
How are you? Morning, Blake and Aaron. How are you guys doing?
We are good.
Morning.
What do you got for us this morning with Wednesday headlines?
Yes, well, we do have some breaking news that we don't know what the news is. You got to tune in. The premier is coming on the program this morning, and he will tell us at that time what it is.
What do you mean?
It's breaking news, so you just got to tune in. That's as most as I've got.
Yeah, that's all he said. He said he's got it. Okay.
Got something to reveal? And
yes, it's a big reveal this morning on the show.
Well, yesterday was National Coming Out Day, so that's not it. So,
yeah.
What is today? Look it up really quick. What is National Day today?
It's not the announcing they've changed the limits. Drink driving limits.
Well, I don't know.
We're going to release to the public.
We know about that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what we do know about. First of all, yes, there have been some changes. The bill has passed to reduce the legal blood alcohol limit. So if you're listening and you like to have a couple drinks, make sure that you understand that that has now been cut to at least half of what it was before. So it's now reduced from 100.
It was 0.10, now it's 0.07. So,
well, yeah. So, 100 milligrams of alcohol and 100 milliliters of blood to 70 milligrams in the 100 milliliters. So 0.07. The limit, they say, is more stringent than what is in the United States, the UK, other than Scotland, which is actually 0.05, and Canada. So I think this is a move in the right direction, given how many drunk driving people we have. So now y'all better call a taxi or call a friend that's sober.
Yeah, and Operation Christmas Cracker is going to
start right around the corner.
Yeah.
So
when Aaron and I first got here,
that was the operation.
That was the name of the operation.
That was the name of it?
Yeah.
Christmas cracker. We're like,
and
we didn't know what crackers.
We didn't know what crackers were at the time because we're from the United States. So we're like,
and cracker has a very different meaning.
Yeah, so we're like, what?
Wait a minute. Are they targeting people?
No, we're like, I don't get what's going on. We were like, that's kind of crazy. All right, well,
Christmas cracker.
Yeah, then we.
All right.
And then we found out what Christmas crackers were.
Yeah, that's a true
Absolutely
story.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Public consultation has opened up on a food and nutrition security policy. So this is quite important because I think during COVID, a lot of us recognize that, all over the world, there's a little bit of a perilous nature around food security, even for larger countries. Of course, Cayman has been looking at a number of different things. And so the Cayman's food and nutrition security policy, starting October the 17th, the consultation period will begin with a number of public meetings, starting with Northside and working through various districts. So it's on the website. Please go check it out. It's being hosted for members of the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce and others at Governor Square on November the 10th, on Thursday, November the 10th as well.
Okay.
So keep an eye out for that. And big news coming out of Jamaica. This is quite interesting. Jamaica bans music promoting illegal activities. Whoa. What?
Wait,
how can you ban on way?
So
I didn't expect this.
Jamaican music?
I know, right?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, all but the Christian music. The Jamaican Broadcasting Commission has issued a directive on yesterday requiring broadcasters to take effective steps to prevent the transmission of any recorded material that promotes or glorifies illegal activities such as scamming, drug use, or gun violence.
Okay.
This is going to be a tall order, as Blake has already recognized. So under the television and sound broadcasting regulations, the commission now requires an immediate halt to the transmission of any audio or video recording, live song, or speech that promotes and or glorifies scamming. So interesting.
Yeah, we actually do that on Hot 104 already. So
we're ahead of the game then.
Yeah, we are ahead of the game. We are responsible broadcasters. So you still get that good music on Hot. We just do edited versions. And, Preston's really good at editing music. And there are some edits out there. So, yeah, we do that already.
All right.
actually. So not a huge
So,
deal.
yeah, music promoting anything like Molly, illegal or harmful use of guns or offensive weapons, jungle justice, any of that stuff will now be banned in Jamaica. So
Occasionally something slips through, but
it is interesting. So the National Robotics Team is off to Switzerland. Congratulations to them. I believe that they have already arrived in Geneva for a competition. It's the first global challenge of international robotics tournament. So they have their Mangrover, which is the robot that they custom designed, that's going to be going up against robots from all over the world. It is a carbon capture themed robot. So yeah, pretty cool. All about climate change.
All righty.
So congratulations to the team of young people, including a 14-year-old. We have a 14-year-old Drew Pelania, Addie Benoit, who's 15, Kaya Morris, they'll have to forgive me if I'm getting any of their names wrong, Alex Walters, who's 15, Diamond White, who is 16, Max Clark, 15-year-old, Michael Marzuka, 16, Tijan Hansraj, who's 15.
Robot.
Congrats to all of them.
Yeah. Robot.
Right.
I was doing the robot. You weren't watching.
Blake's over here doing the robot.
You know what? I should have made that announcement in my robot voice. That would have been.
There's still time. There's still time.
Congratulations to all of our young people on the robotics team. Well done. There you go.
Awesome.
All right. Gotta love radio in the morning, right? It just gets me going. I don't know about anybody else. Even with COVID.
When is the premiere on the show?
As soon as he can get here. We're waiting.
He's coming to your house.
Bated breath. I know that he was en route.
I really got that.
So
he's coming to your house.
No. Oh. Not
Let's
necessary.
better make breakfast.
I know, right? Oh. Yeah, I've got some sausages and plantains for him this morning.
All right. Sandy Show. You got anything else? Sorry.
No, that's good. Good to go.
All right. Catch Sandy Show right now on Bobo 89.1 FM. We'll see you tomorrow for Thursday headlines.
Awesome, guys. Have a good one.
See you later.
All right, folks. We got a big announcement coming this morning. Yes. Good morning to Bobo. Let me just grab some links. Let's play our intro song. And then we're waiting for what this big reveal is this morning. Ooh la la. Everybody's like, what is it? I want to know.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, beaver grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right. Good morning, folks. We are getting ready for the premiere to join us this morning with a bit of news. Listen, it's such, I don't even know what it is. So you guys are going to have to tune in if you want to know. All right. We shall wait and see. Ready like Freddy. Let me just see here now. How's everybody doing this morning? Happy Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday. We do have our Caribbean Connection team that's going to be joining us a little bit later on. I think so far we've got Mr. Damien who confirmed from TCI. We're going to be digging a little bit deeper into the conversation that we started last week about how culture impacts criminology. Interesting discussion for sure. Yeah. Well, what can I say except I totally believe it. And there is more than one reason for that. Someone said, morning, hope you're recovering well. Better have my kaboom button ready. Oh, yes, honey. Yeah, let me get ready. I got to reorganize some of my sound pads because they're not all together as they should be. Yes. I got to spend some time in the background here with some of these little bits and pieces. But anyway, I got it ready. I got the kaboom ready. And you know which other one is really good? The air horn as well. I don't think we use the air horn that much in this show. We're going to get some of these things sorted out. All right, beautiful people. Let me see what you got going on by way of morning greetings today. Who's excited for some news, some breaking exclusive news? Miss Vernita's here. She's praising the Lord this morning. Omiria says, good morning, Sandy, in our 3 local islands. Another beautiful day in the Cayman Islands. Speaking of which, let me take my little tablet. Madam Pharmacist at Savannah is going to be happy to see. I'm not taking it every 4 hours because I feel like I wouldn't get any sleep at all. I was already up to 1:30 last night taking the other ones, but I'm doing the DM ones as much as I possibly can. See, taking it right now. All right. Oh God, these tablets taste like chalk. Woo. You got to do a big gulp of water and lots of water afterwards. Good morning to Sabrina. She says, what is bad, breaking or good breaking? Hopefully good breaking. Marshall, good morning to you, my love. Carmelie's here. Teresa, good morning to you. Sabrina says, the speaker quit. Stephen Nicholson joining us from the UK. Good morning. James says, like, fact checking. What's fact checking? Olivia, good morning. Felicia, good morning to you. Miss Wendy's got it locked. Looks like he's uncomfortable. Who's uncomfortable? James, you got to clue us in. No clue who you're referring to. Miss Beulah's got it locked. Buenos dias to Miss Daisy. Tommy's here. Charlene, ciao, says Richard from Celine and I. Charlene says, hopefully you're feeling better today, honey chill. Yeah, I must say, I don't think that I have felt like horrible with this whole thing. Like the worst day was definitely Friday with the headache. And that's because I don't normally get headaches. So that's unusual to begin with. And then it was a headache that lasted all day long. I was like, what on earth is this? And even into like the next night, right? That's how I knew something was different. I'm like, this is not like, I don't get a headache when I get the flu or the cold so COVID, child, I'm telling you, COVID is a little bit different. And then, yes, I have definitely felt a lot more tired with this as well. I had to take a nap yesterday afternoon. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things. Good morning to Miss Victoria. How are you? Looking good in your profile picture. Khalees, good morning to you, my love. Miss Shirley's got it locked. Good morning, my friend. Wee. Hello, wee. Charlene says, wow, we got over 160 people already. Actually, because you don't get to see the YouTube numbers at the same time that I do, we're already up to 225 and climbing. Tuning in from Jamrock, says Orville. Good morning, Orville. Elizabeth joining us from Nicaragua. So the second we drop this, entire world is going to know because everybody's listening. Yes. So let me see, my beautiful people. What else is going on? Somebody says you're busier than ever. Yes, honey chill. Let me see who else is messaging on WhatsApp. Good morning to Mr. Dwayne. Who else has got locked? All right, so while we're waiting on the premiere to join us, let me just remind you all, or I should say inform you all, about our new community page. So, we get a lot of requests, folks, for lost dogs and pets and wallets and left foot and shoe, and a few people have lost their minds. Normally, they don't end up requesting us to post them, but we might be posting them anyway. Right? It's like, have you lost your mind? So we get all sorts of requests for like housing. And I noticed that some people are trying to take advantage of the situation. They're like, oh, I have a place to rent. I'm like, okay, we're not a rental agency here, right? If you have a place to rent, you do the usual things like go to EK and whatever other options are available on Facebook and stuff like that. So it's not that we're trying to help you promote your rental properties. That's not what this is. Normally, we're trying to help people who are in very, very specific situations. For example, they're an NAU client, which we know makes it a little bit more difficult for them to find accommodations. Speaking of which, on tomorrow's program, I'm going to talk a little bit about this because someone sent me some photos of what NAU clients do to your property. And I don't think it's specific to NAU clients, but this one was an NAU client. And they said, hey, this is why people don't want to rent to NAU clients. And this is why people don't want to rent to people with kids or dogs or, there's always those few people that make it bad for everybody. And isn't that always life? I mean, think about it. It's the 5%ers, that make it just so incredibly challenging. It kind of reminds me, there's a rule in business that 20% of your customers cause you 80% of your headache. And that is so true. Sometimes it's not even the full 20%, but it's just a small percentage of people that will take up the vast majority of your time. And I feel like that's also true of, bad tenants. You get the 20%. They make it bad for everybody. And so, I can sympathize with people who have rental property because, yeah. Actually, you know what? When I just said that, I actually had a dream last night. My dreams have been extra vivid with COVID, by the way. COVID is like the dream maker of some sort. Yesterday when I was napping, I was having a dream about a young lady. She's not really that young, but she'll know when I hear Jackie. I was dreaming about her, which is unusual because I don't know why I'd be dreaming about her. And then I last night had very, very detailed dreams. Now, I'm a dreamer anyway. I do not understand people who claim that they don't dream. I'm like, what do you mean you don't dream? How can you not dream? What do you do at night when you're sleeping? So my mind is always active and I have extremely detailed dreams. A lot of times by the time you wake up and you start moving, you don't remember them. But I should keep a journal by the bed and like write down all my dreams. Because some nights I'll have like 3-4 dreams. Some nights it's like it feels like it's probably just a few minutes, but it feels like a long continuous dream. So last night I was dreaming. This is so random and so bizarre that I went to I don't know how to explain it, except maybe it's like a sand pit, but it's a place that you could go and either buy or drop off sand. This is like so weird, right? So I went with someone. I'm not sure if the person was Marlon, but it was a male. It was a man. So I went with a man. I kind of feel like the presence almost felt like my uncle, like when we used to go and like do a recycling of cans and stuff like that. So that's why I'm not sure who the male energy with, but I was there with a man and we were there with a truck and everything. Y'all are going to be like, what the heck? I'm just telling you one of my dreams. Okay. And we were dropping off sand. And it was a situation where you dropped off the sand. They weighed how much you were dropping off and then they paid you for it. And then people could come and buy sand. So it's like a sand depot. I don't know. I'm not sure what you'd call that. So anyway, that was a big part of the dream. And it was very, very detailed. Like, because I'm telling you about it now, I can remember the layout of the facility, where the sand was located. And then you could like look down the sand pit and there was a whole, like there was an area where you could technically fall over, but they had railings and stuff so that nobody would fall over. And then there was like another area where people would stand and do their financial transaction for the sand. And there was a lot of Caymanians at the sand pit. And of course, there's so few places that you can go now where you actually run into like Caymanians and you can stand and have a conversation. Sometimes you run into them like at certain events like agriculture shows and stuff like that, right? So I remember talking to a few people. You know who was there? Laura Young. Laura, you were in my dream last night, which is totally random and weird. Why would I be dreaming about Laura? But anyway, she was there. And so as part of the dream, this is why I was just thinking about it, I actually had some rental properties, including my old apartment that I used to live in Newlands. Somehow I had the apartment back and it was a rental. And I went to the apartment and I hadn't been to the apartment like in a really long time. I'm telling you, this is all in the dream, y'all. It was so detailed. And I went with Laura. And so I was talking to her about, oh my God knows what, we're talking. And there were some shoes. See, this is where the dreams get really weird. There were white shoes in the tub, in the bathtub. I'm trying to remember. I guess we did have bathtubs there. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we had bathtubs. But anyway, the weird thing about it though is this bathtub was on the first floor. And in that apartment, there wasn't a bathtub on the first floor. The bedroom's upstairs and the bathtub was upstairs. But anyway, I'm in this bathtub. There's some white shoes in there that were being washed. And I would never wash shoes in the bathtub. So that's random and weird, but I'm just telling you the dream. And then I picked up a brown leather belt. I'm telling you, when I tell you that my dreams are detailed, no sir. And I put on the belt. I had on jeans and a shirt, and I put on the belt, and it was like quite a few notches over, which was like, and I said to myself, oh my God, I lost all this weight since I wore this belt last. Cause you know, when you wear a belt, like the one hole that you always use gets a little bit worn and you always know to put it there. So I pull the belt extra, and it's like I had lost like 3 or 4 belt sizes, which would be like, ooh, there's my 50 pounds, honey. Yeah, it's coming, y'all. It's coming. COVID weight loss. So anywho, and then we got in a car and I was like, well, let's go look at my other rental properties. So in this dream, I had like all these rental properties that I had acquired. But the weird thing is, this is where it gets really weird. The way in which I acquired the other properties was something to do with, like I had some sort of a transaction with people where they borrowed money. We were into some kind of a deal, like a contract, right? And they reneged on the contract. And by them reneging on the contract, what I got was their property. Oh my gosh, how horrible is that? But still, a contract's a contract, y'all. So one of the structures was a green building, and I don't know where the structure is, 2-story. And I was thinking, oh yeah, that has a lot of potential for some rentals. And so Laura and I were driving around looking at all these properties. That was like more or less the dream, but it was like super detailed. If I really thought hard about it, I could probably think of who else was at the sand pit or the sand depot that I was talking to, but there's a few men and just 1 or 2 women. And we were like having conversations about different stuff. And yeah, that was my dream last night, the one that I can remember. So good morning to Miss Dorothy. Richard Parson joining us from Texas. He says, I'm putting in my earplugs now and going for a walk. Nice. Miss Bonnie from East End, good morning. Morning to Arita, how are you? Anybody else have very vivid dreams? I feel like my daughter does, because some mornings she wakes up and she's like, oh, I had a good dream last night. I had a bad dream. And she kind of tells me a little bit about it. Charlene says, thank God all of my landlords hate to see me leave. Why? Because I care for others' properties and things like I do my own property, as if it were my very own. KK says, dreaming about persons who's dead. She's like, wait a minute. Yeah, sometimes people who are no longer alive do pop into my dreams as well. Miss Evelyn says, white is a sign of purity. There was just so much in that dream, though. Patrina says, get ready for war. Whatever is coming, be prepared. It's a journey. Maybe you need to go into real estate. Well, you know, I dabbled in it a little bit because I was doing a project in Little Cayman. And I tell you what, I do have a knack for sales. So maybe that's the retirement plan, real estate. The other weird thing is, speaking of dreams, you know, some dreams you remember. Have you ever had a recurring dream? When I went to the US, I think because as a child, it was such a stressful time in my life. You know, listen, parents, I don't think appreciate what children go through. When you uproot a child and you send them to another country, it was almost like these people were speaking a foreign language to me. I didn't understand a whole lot of what was happening initially, but you know, you're in a bit of a sink or swim situation, right? And the beautiful thing about children is even when they're under stress, they have the ability to adapt. So, let me just slow down a little bit because my throat's getting a little bit. All right. So children have this amazing ability to adapt to so many things. And so I used to have this dream when I moved to the States about a staircase in Canada. Now, as far as I know, I've only been to Canada at that stage in my life once with my mother, who had went to Canada to work, I think. I don't know how long she was in Canada for. But at some point I visited her, and she must have lived upstairs, or I saw some staircases, because for some reason, those staircases made an imprint on my brain for a really, really long time. So much so that when I moved to the US, for years, I used to dream about this set of staircases, and all I knew is that it was in Canada. And I would always be like running up and down the staircase, but it was like almost like I was floating or flying up and down the staircase, right? So I don't remember like every step, but it was like a floating sort of situation. And for many, many years, that was a persistent theme. Like it would just show up in my dreams where there was a staircase again. And I knew that I was in Canada, and I was just floating up and down the staircase. And I think she must have had a friend there. I just remember this kind of burly looking Caucasian man who would randomly be in the dream about the staircase as well. Super random and weird. And it's the only recurring dream that I've had like over and over again, to the point where I was like, this dream has to mean something. Those staircases must mean something, but I don't know what. Good morning, Miss Morna. Johan is here. You gotta love Johan's comments. Johan says, PPM Obia working on you. They're going to soon have you walking on your head, as one of their senior witches told me. Be careful. They believe in fire and damnation. And oh, honey child, poor them. So yes, Johan, a member of the Progressives party tried to put the witch eye on him. I don't know. Is that what we call it? Obia, witch eye. I don't know. I don't believe in such things, my love. Those things can never touch goodness, so you don't pay them no mind. But apparently Johan and this woman got into a situation. They got into an entanglement at Philippines one day. I wasn't there, but I heard all about it. And she basically tried to hex him, tried to give him the evil eye. I'll have you on your head. And I was like, what the heck? Whew. But you know, the progressives are so desperate that God knows they would use Obia to try. Let me stop. Oh my God. I think that they would probably try to go to a witch doctor or something and try to do something. But don't y'all be fooling with that now, progressives. You better just read your Bible and try to repent and be good little boys and girls. Blackberry says, I normally have very vivid and memorable dreams as well, and dreams that continue even after I've awoken and gone back to sleep on a different night. Yes, well, I have been able to like get up, take a bathroom break, go back to bed, and restart where I left off. So I totally feel you. Good morning, Miss Sonia. 300 people on the live stream. We are waiting for Premier Panton, who's going to be joining us here probably shortly this morning. So my sister Carmelie is messaging me about my dream. She's saying that my mom did have a white Caucasian friend, and his name was David. There you go. The things that yes, the things that we things that oh, sorry, my apologies. I do try to mute myself when I have to cough. Good manners. But yes, the things, my love, that purple or pink. All right. So yes, honey chill. the things that you can hear. So Miss Maria is joining us from Barbados. Good morning. Miss Olive is here. She says that dream is definitely a cash pot dream. All you have to do is buy number 1 to 36, a must win. All the numbers? That doesn't sound like a sure thing. That sounds like me wasting a lot of money. I'm not a numbers person like that, but I got to tell you, there's been a couple of times that I've had dreams. And I went to my uncle one day. One day I had a dream. Again, it had something to do with my mom and her then husband, Mr. Scotty. And I had a dream, and I can't remember all the details, but I told my uncle about it. And he said, oh, that means that so-and-so is going to play. And he went and bought his numbers, and sure enough, that number played and he won. So he would always be asking me, did you dream anything last night? Sunday mornings, what did you dream about? Yes, honey child. Miss Sonia says, dying with laughter, believe, kill, and believe cure. God says that we say we don't believe in no wickedness. God, we say we don't believe in no wickedness. Yeah. Listen, is there evil in the world? Just turn around and look at some people and you don't even have to answer that any further. Yes, I think there is evil in the world. They're evil people. You got the Jeffrey Dahmers of the world. Like they're just evil and cracked. And I don't know if they were born that way. His parents thought he had a normal childhood, but who knows? I think that genuinely there are some people who can be born with a level of psychotic behavior, and the environment can definitely play a role. And listen, here's a bit of information. Whatever happens to you during pregnancy that's in the embryonic fluid of a woman's womb, right? There's been a link that says that determines even whether or not you're going to be straight or gay. This is legit. This is real. So when we start to hear things like that, that you really have no choice. And I've always believed that you have no choice about your sexuality. You are what you are. And there's also personality habits that are genetic as well. So there might be certain little quirks that you have in your family that you guys do that you believe, you got because you saw your parents doing it, or your dad does a certain thing, a certain twitch or whatever. And in fact, a lot of those things are all in the genes. My aunt says this all the time, honey child. She's like, it's in the genes. That's why you better be careful who you're having children with, because it's all in the genes. Sometimes the madness is in the genes. So Richard said, COVID dreams are wild and vivid, but I wouldn't try to interpret them. Soka says by 1 to 36. Well, darn, that sure narrows it down. Yeah, that's isn't that the whole spectrum of numbers? I don't know like I said, I don't play numbers, so I don't know. So, listen, all you can do, folks, is just try to be the best version of you. I think we all have a little bit of a version of us that can be out of sorts and out of order at times. Like Johan said, even the lady who was trying to hex him, most of the time she's probably a decent person, but Johan, for whatever reason, gets under her skin, and no doubt she gets under his as well. And they had this interaction that was a little bit much. So while I'm waiting on the premiere to come on, let me share another story. You guys are not going to believe this. When you get upset, when you get upset, sometimes you say things that I don't want to say that you say things that are not true, but I think you say things that bring out another side of you. And like I said, we all have this, it's possible, right? Like if you really get me on the wrong side one day, y'all know that I'll pop off on you, and I'll probably tell you about your backside in 2 twos. I have no qualms about that. I'm very honest. Sometimes I tell y'all my mouth don't join church, and you better believe it, because I know a few unchurch-like words. If I need to drop them, I'm going to drop them. And so I think that we react differently, and we'll say different things. Yes, I will use profanity. What's the big deal? I'm not, listen, I I think in the right circumstances, profanity is probably quite appropriate and probably your only real choice. But some people turn on the race card. So listen to this. I'm trying to help this young man, this Filipino young man, get his money back from Garth. Now, Garth Duncan came on the show. Remember, that was the guy we called that one day, and he claims that he was going to call us back and he had something to do, and he never called back. We knew he was trying to pull a fast one. Well, Garth owes a lot of people money, and I think that Garth is under some pressure. Now, mind you, that was well over a month ago, and since then, I've been trying to help Ace get his money back, and I have been doing my best. He got one initial payment. I can't remember how much it was now. And we're still waiting on the balance of the $850. Well, Garth is drawing this out. Every day he claims he's waiting on people to bring him money. And I know that Ace is upset. Trust me, he said his mom has cancer. He needs to pay for her treatments. And, this is money that he needs. Now, I don't know if that story is true or not. I would certainly hope that no one would lie about something like that. That'd be quite horrible. So I choose to believe him. But yesterday, Garth was supposed to have the money ready again. Still doesn't have it ready, honey chow. I'm like, Garth, it is in your best interest to just get this situation dealt with already. Seriously. Ugh. So anyway, yesterday, Garth messages me and he says, oh, I want to talk to you about something. I'm like, oh, Lord, listen, son, you're under the gun. You're under the radar here to just pay this man back. I can't be helping you solve no problems when you're just not in the right. Well, what's going on? He says, oh, there's something I need to speak to you about. I said, okay, how can I help? And he then goes on to say, oh, I can't guarantee that I'll have the balance of the $850 at this time, but I'll do my best to get it over with. He says, I'm sorry I had to block him, but he kept calling me the N-word. I said, what? The N-word? Look at this conversation. Now, this is where, folks, listen, no matter how upset you get, there's certain things that you should stay away from. Don't use the N-word under any circumstances. Right now, there's a U.S. official, they're Hispanic in Los Angeles. She's had to resign. They're all under pressure because during some community meeting, they were using really derogatory terms to describe people of color. And I couldn't believe it. In the U.S., if you've ever lived in the U.S., brown people normally will be a term that you'll generically describe Hispanics. And then you'll say, your Black and brown people have an understanding of each other and each other's cultures more so than perhaps the Caucasian population. They're a minority and they're supposed to be, working together, have this love of cohesiveness. Well, this whole thing in Los Angeles has blown up into a big situation where leaders on both sides have had a lot to say about race relations between these two minority groups. So when Garth sent me this yesterday with my little Filipino friend using this derogatory word that he can't even spell correctly, he has it spelled Negga, and then he says at the end, I have a Negga friend, but they helped. I was floored by this. And I am like, does he know what that word means? Does he understand the context of that word? And I approached him about it. He's like, no, this guy is trying to define. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just put that on the back burner, y'all, because my brain right now, my COVID brain cannot process somebody using the N-word under any circumstances. But Garth is a crook. So I agree with that. Anyway, the premiere is here. Let's bring in someone who we know is not a crook on the program. Premier Panton, good morning.
Good morning, Sandra, and good morning to all of our wonderful listeners in our amazing, wonderful Cayman Islands.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, we got lots of people overseas watching this morning as well. So we've got a big announcement. Everybody's here for it. Johan is saying, what and when is this big announcement by the premier today? He's so impatient. So tell us what's going on.
Okay, so we have just had Parliament. We've had a lot of good stuff dealt with there that I think make a big difference for the safety and for the dignity of Caymanians. It helps, we've made changes in relation to the mental health law, our Mental Health Act, the Mental Health Commission Act, all of which are designed to help people when they're in need, when they're not able to make decisions for themselves. And I think those are all reflective of a very responsible approach taken by government to ensure that people's privacy and their dignity is respected whenever they have those types of issues. We've also made some changes to some of the financial services legislation that is designed to, reflect and enhance our level of total professionalism and competence, and improve the confidence in the industry locally. We've also done the change to the traffic law to reduce the blood alcohol concentration level, to send a very strong signal that we cannot tolerate the kinds of accidents we've had, and the fact that we've had for this year already 13 deaths in Cayman from motor vehicle accidents. Of course, behind all of that has been a lot of grandstanding and playing of games by the opposition, who, of course, have been claiming that at different points, for example, that I myself have been dithering on certain things. I think if you really want to find dithering, go and look at people who have taken 8 years to deal with the solid waste management, and still can't get certain things right, like what are we going to do with the Department of Environmental Health when you have designed a project which replaces the space that they're located in, and you haven't made any decision, you haven't made any arrangements for them. So that's worse than dithering. That's incompetence.
Wow, I think that's going to be our word of the rest of the week, dithering. I like
so of course, as I said, overshadowing all of this has been their antics, and what has been behind that is their claim that they were protesting, the sitting of the Speaker in Parliament. 1,460 days represents the period of time that they sat with Mr. Bush in Parliament as Speaker. And suddenly they are so offended by him that they don't want to come and do the people's business that they're paid to do. Well, I think we are now in a situation where we know that I was very open privately as well as publicly with Mr. Bush. I privately asked him to resign because of the situation that occurred at the Ritz-Carlton, or is alleged to have occurred at the Ritz-Carlton. I publicly did so as well. I've been very open with him, and I think he certainly appreciates that I'm not saying anything privately that I'm or publicly that I'm not saying privately. And today we have, I can confirm that the Speaker has or is stepping down as of today as Speaker of the House. So this issue that seems to have offended the opposition into not not coming to do the people's business will be no more. Mr. Bush is going to step down effective today as
wonderful.
He'll be leaving. He will be vacating that office and that role effective today as Speaker. I want to say that, well, I mean, I certainly appreciate the level of cooperation and the constructive approach that he has taken. I think, you know, those people who have done nothing about issues like this in the past shouldn't be telling people who are trying to do it in a constructive manner, who are trying to respect other individuals and families that didn't run for office themselves and are innocent of some of these issues, and are also trying to protect the reputation of the country and not unnecessarily prosecute matters which can be resolved otherwise. Those people who are doing that, they ought to be left alone to get it done. And I have worked with the Speaker, and we're now in a position where yesterday the position was he had resigned and it was going to be effective the 30th of November. Today I can say that he is vacating the office as of today. So this issue has been resolved without the minimum amount of harm to his family. I can't control what happens after this, but I can certainly have input on you know, how we address this issue, how we achieve a constructive result, such as Mr. Bush leaving office, leaving the chair of Speaker. That of course leaves the Deputy Speaker to act as, or to be the acting Speaker if there's any reason for which we need to reconvene the House. The next proposed meeting would be in early December, and of course we will have a situation where we need to consider who the Speaker is, and if it means that you know, we have to go with a Speaker other than the acting Speaker, then we'll have to have probably a meeting to deal with that. But the important,
well, this is good news.
It is, and I'm hoping that it will at least put an end to a lot of the speculation, and I think you know, I think the country will be better off for it. The office.
My apologies, Premier Panton.
Cut!
Special request from our listeners. That was a special request from our listeners. They're like, we need that kaboom button. Let's do it one more time.
Cut!
There we go.
Yeah. So anyway, I think this is, you know, if at all possible, this is the way to resolve issues like this, constructive, while minimizing harm to other innocent parties and hopefully the reputation of the country.
Yep.
So I'm very pleased to be in a position to be able to say that this morning. You know, and I believe very strongly that going forward, this will be the actions that we have taken in terms of publicly talking to Mr. Bush, privately talking to Mr. Bush, and having a constructive response from him, and getting this done without having the prosecution ongoing in our House of Parliament, will be viewed in the future as the most constructive approach.
All right, let's read a few comments, see what people have to think about this. KK coming right up. Let me see here now. Good morning to Miss June. Morning, Soka. KK says that if they don't show up, cut the salary or no pay. We need to stop being soft. Carmelie says, are the progressives still getting paid? Yes, they are. Charlene says, kaboom. Blackberry says, will Mr. Bush be permitted to run in future elections? Will he still have his post as MP in West Bay hereafter? So can you explain for people who don't quite understand how this works? Can you explain what, if anything, anyone can do about his seat as MP?
Right. So constitutionally, there are only very limited circumstances in which he would lose his seat. He would have to be disqualified, or any person who holds a seat as an MP, who have been validly elected, would have to be disqualified really in one of several ways. But basically it's, I don't have the Constitution open in front of me, and I don't remember the exact things, but the main things are bankruptcy. I think then you have the other two main things are if you're convicted of an offense, which involves an element of dishonesty.
Right.
So not necessarily an offense, for example, of theft. Obviously, theft is dishonesty by its nature, and that will get you disqualified. But it could be another offense that sounds less obvious than theft. Fraud, for example, that some kind of fraud that has an element of dishonesty, and that would get you disqualified. And then the other main one is if you're convicted of an offense and you are sentenced to a term of imprisonment, which is 12 months or more, that would get you disqualified as well. I can probably bring up the Constitution and look at it.
I know we've actually covered it before. On this program last week.
You have gone through it in some detail.
Yes.
Yeah.
So folks, those are the only options. So what that means is if you feel like he should not be running for elected office, this is what I recommend. These are just practical things. Number one, speak to Mr. Bush. He seems to be reasonable with certain individuals. So, perhaps you could convince him that the most gracious thing for him to do is not to run again. That would save a lot of people probably a lot of headache. And, I think at some point we just need to be honest with people. And when the writing is on the wall, the writing's on the wall. And I think it would be far better for Mr. Bush to retire and have that little smidgen, and I do mean a smidgen, of dignity left to say, you know what, I left on my own accord, as opposed to the people voting him out, because that would be a sad indictment at a man who's had a very long-standing political career. And, he said that he's the grandfather of the House, which I think he's been there probably the longest. Just bow out gracefully, as they say. So maybe all of you West Bayers, Charlene and the rest of you, send him a little message. Say, Mr. Bush, don't live in denial anymore. We no longer want you as an MP. Just retire. And he may take that. He's got a couple years to think about it. So he may take that on board. The other way is simply to encourage your family members, everybody. And where's he? West Bay West? I always forget where he is. But, encourage North. Encourage them to vote for somebody else. And hopefully we'll have some viable candidates running in all of the districts. CC says, I don't understand, because when the other government had power to remove the individual, they cowardly called an early election, but want you to make a stand for what they couldn't do and be furious about it too. Child, they need Jesus and a backhand. Whew, leave it to CC. Misbehaving this morning. But I think this is a really salient point. The progressives had 1,460 days with Mr. Bush still Speaker of the House, and they were incapable of doing anything about it. The Pat government, under the leadership of the Honorable Wayne Panton, took a stand, and they didn't have to do a whole fanfare about it, backflips and whatever. Sometimes, like we said, you get more bees with honey. So he spoke to Mr. Bush privately. At one point, the premier obviously advised what had been done. He'd asked him to resign. I thought the position in the letter was very crystal clear and didn't cut, he just cut straight to the chase. And in 30 days, they were able to get him to resign. And now an update today, resign with immediate effect. Of course, we know that the progressives are going to say this is all thanks to them. But, they take credit for everything, whether they did anything or not. Premier Panton says Real Deal is an honest man with high integrity. Many criticisms might be thrown at him, but they do not stick. The PPM machinery, the POM machinery of the PPM is power hungry and has a deficit in integrity. What a mess. Deputy Speaker Richard is Kathy Wilkes from West Bay Central. Charm says good news this morning. Rachel Ann Harris says these islands deserve a national holiday every year for that announcement. Oh my gosh, y'all love a holiday. Johan says that was the most ghetto yet timely kaboom. Sabrina, good morning. CC says yes, today should be a holiday. What an amazing thing. You all are so crazy. Real Deal. I think we read that comment already. Blair Webb says good. So good. Damien says, thank you, Premier, for doing what's moral and long overdue. Mitzi says, Mr. Panton, the Tomlinsons in Northside are very happy. Magdalene says he was elected by the people of West Bay West, so he was not removed from office. Yeah, y'all need to remove him.
Yeah, well, I mean, the options are he can resign or, he has to be otherwise disqualified in some of the ways that I noted.
Right.
But broadly speaking, unless something like that, several of those instances happen, the only way it changes is by resignation. But I think he's done the right thing here. He has, my approach to him was to come at it from the perspective of respecting his family, respecting the fact that it is going to be better to treat somebody as a human being that perhaps has made errors, and recognize that none of us are perfect in any way. And I think this demonstrates where we're at now. Demonstrates that the best approach is to recognize these facts and treat people with a degree of respect and appeal to their better nature. And I think he has done the right thing. He has, yes, certainly in terms of his interactions with me, has reflected that better nature, and he's when called upon to do the right thing for the interest of the country, he has done it.
Yes. We do have a caller in the line. Caller, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Danny Warren Jr.
I have two questions for the Premier. The first one is, it's good to hear that the Speaker ultimately stepped down, but when the Premier wrote asking for the Speaker to resign by a certain date, what's the rationale for not holding to that date? Otherwise, you would forcibly remove him.
Well, thanks for that question. The first point to note on that is really I did not write to him and make a specific threat. Of course, there was an implied threat, you might take it as, but I didn't say, yes, if you don't respond by this date, this action will be taken. So right, the discussions when it transpired that he had not responded by resigning, I went and I spoke to him. I felt that he was in a position where he was taking the issues on board, and I felt that there was a good chance that further constructive discussions would result in us being able to reach the point where we're at right now. And I saw no point in me. Plus, we were a little bit distracted in trying to prepare for what became Tropical Depression 9, what became Tropical Storm Ian, and then Hurricane Ian as it was passing by us. That is not a cop-out. That is just a fact. And that was just something that was a distraction for a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the time was speaking to him to try to encourage him to make that decision. And I think ultimately that has demonstrated to be the best result, and the best outcome and the best approach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure that we'll continue to have conversation about these important topics in the future. But on a different subject, would you support a constitutional amendment to include the right of recall for electors, for an MP, to give electors power to recall an MP?
I think in principle, that is something that is fair. It is not typically done in the style, the Westminster style of constitutions that we have, but in principle, I don't have an issue with it. In the same way that I feel that there should be a code of conduct with real consequences if there's a failure to adhere to the standards and the terms of that code of conduct. I feel that the voters should have the right to, or some methodology through which they can help to hold, other than waiting 4 years for a national election, to help to hold people accountable for misbehavior. I don't think it should just be anything. I think it should be fairly narrow, and it has to be for misbehavior. Otherwise, we end up in a situation where there are all kinds of petitions for any and every reason, and that does not bode well for a stable democracy and a stable country.
Okay, we do have another caller, Dennis, so you'll have to leave us there.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, caller, and welcome to the program.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to thank the PAC government for sticking this one through, and finally we get to see a government that makes some sort of decision, difficult as it may be, uncomfortable as it may be, and just simply accept a lot of the criticisms, either positive or negative. It's not an easy thing. I surely don't want to be in that position. However, I also want to highlight that while we see bravery, we also see cowardness. And I feel that in the PPM side, all I seen was, when you take away a toy from a toddler, they start to throw a tantrum and they start to cry. Now, I'm not saying I'm shocked, but I'm very insulted as a Caymanian. I didn't vote for them because I don't live in their constituency, but I'm very insulted because I don't think they realize the world watches, and they're seeing this type of behavior, and it's just, to me, very disheartening. These are individuals who are not stupid. They're not, individuals who you would say, okay, well, they're ignorant in the way of study. They're not. So I would expect them to have some sort of respect. You made a point, you come and present that point. Even if you don't say anything, your presence is still expected. Not because the people obviously expect it, but because of your position. And if you're the opposition, which I feel we need in any parliament, you know, of course, the PAC government's not always going to have it right. And they have to be a body of opposition. Exactly. They have to, your job is written. If you are the opposition, we anticipate and we expect you there to fulfill that role, regardless if we agree with the topic in which you're opposing. If you're going to pose on A, we anticipate that you, as the opposition, show up. All you need to do is put on your clothes, drive in your fancy car, and show up.
Yes.
That's all you need to do. And I feel that if I have any right to say, I have no confidence in the opposition. Because if you feel that, well, you know, I oppose to this and, you know, nobody agrees, so we're not going to show up. Come on. I've never seen that happen whenever Mr. Ezra Miller there. He opposed, he showed up and he opposed.
Yep.
And that's what we want to see. We want to see that because that makes it, to me, a democracy.
Right.
So for you not showing up does not show democracy. What that shows is spoiled brats. And if they can't have it their way, they're not just going to show. So what message are you sending to those who put you in that position? What message are you sending that when you cannot get your way, we're just going to kick up and stir up?
And you're not going to play. I mean, I think those were spoiled children. We've seen that behavior as you rightfully described it as spoiled children.
Exactly. You know, you can have that type of behavior inside and in your private rooms when the public is not seen. But when it comes to the parliament, show some respect. You do your job. You're the opposition. You show up as such. We expect that much from you. The opposition has a duty, and we want the duty to be carried out.
Yes.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you so much, caller. I appreciate it. 936-2626, folks, is the telephone number. Feel free to call in and certainly give your comments on breaking news this morning. Speaker of the House, McKeeva Bush's resignation. He is completely out now, effective today. No longer an extension. So few people are asking this question. This is an interesting question. They said, is the change in the speaker's resignation date a precursor to imminent criminal charges by the DPP's office? So have you heard anything from the police or the DPP's office that played a part in this latest development?
I don't get involved with those types of things. You know, where the executive is separate from the DPP's decision, from police investigations. I probably hear things almost as quickly as you might hear, Sandra, or people in the public. I think there was always that possibility, you know, just as it was during the 1,460 days, and in fact, that resulted in you know, that incident resulted in a conviction, 2 convictions, I think. Might have been slightly more, but anyway, don't remember.
Yeah, four counts.
Right, 4 counts.
Yes.
So whenever there's an issue, whenever there's a police investigation, there is that potential. So did it play a part? I think that the potential for that quite likely did. I can't exclude it. Nobody can exclude it as a possible issue and a possible part of it. But I think that, to me, you know, to give credit where, you know, in terms of the outcome, I think that is a reflection of doing the right thing as well, because my appeal was protect the office and protect family members, and I think that is reflective of a constructive, well thought out approach and perspective. The previous caller, I think I agree with. I absolutely believe that you do need you do need an opposition that is effective. I think they have to be constructive on the other hand to be effective. But I think, you do need an opposition. And I think what they have done is they've really demonstrated that their priority was not, well, let me put it another way. They've demonstrated that their priority was about power and not about principle. Because you will recall that the motion that they brought, the first motion that they filed, had nothing to do with removal of the speaker, nothing to do with a vote of no confidence in the speaker, that they have been taking a stand on and saying this is the reason why we're not coming to Parliament. It was an attempt to bring down the government. It was only at the last minute that they filed a motion in relation to
morning caller, just a minute.
Speaker. So this is a reflection of an attempt to put power above principle. That's what I would call it, very, very simply. Anyway,
okay, we do have another caller on the line. Caller, question or comment?
Yes, please. Good morning, Premier, and good morning, Sandy.
Good morning.
I have a question. Well, first of all, let me preface my question by acknowledging that as much as we want sometimes to talk about ideals, I want to acknowledge that sometimes in the position that the PPM found themselves in when Mr. Bush was convicted, and also the position you found yourself in trying to form a new government, there are certain sacrifices you had to make, certain compromises you had to make. So I don't want to sound as if it has always been easy either for you or for the PPM. Yeah. But let me ask this. The first thing is that the speaker resisted going straight away. I know that in some jurisdictions, sometimes you don't go straight away, but usually if you have become a problem case, a repeat offender, usually you go straight away. So he didn't go straight away. Mm-hmm. And then while this was going on, he chaired Parliament. Mm-hmm. And then it is clear that he was behind the decision to flout the standing orders in terms of the counting of the motion days. And this is because the letter by the clerk actually said, I have been directed by the speaker to do this and that. And then later on, this was reiterated by the deputy speaker. And then when he left in his so-called swan song, he left basically accusing what he called his detractors. So my question is this. Don't you think that the dignity of the House and the dignity of the country have been sacrificed to one man and to political convenience? That is my question, sir, this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, so I appreciate that question. And there are a couple of points I want to make in respect of it. The opposition's position, and they have implicitly said this in their press statement, that the government, I think they said, banded together to block their motion. You know, when you come from a position of principle, it's really offensive when your integrity is being questioned. I can tell you that this government had no meeting, made no decision, made no contribution as a government to the decision that was made by the deputy speaker properly. I say properly in the sense that she had, I think, the right to make that decision because the motion was against the speaker and he would have been conflicted. So she had the right to make the decision. She made the decision. There was no banding together of the government. There was no discussion amongst the government as to what the decision should be and how to keep it out, for example, which is which is the allegation that they're making in a sort of backhanded, cowardly way.
Mm-hmm.
That did not happen. So, as to the point made by the caller, and again, that's partly implicit in what he has said, is the suggestion that, the approach of convenience was taken. I think, Sandra, for anybody who knows me, and I think you've seen me in government long enough, I don't take the easy road necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly when it involves principle, I don't do that. And as a government, I think we have reflected the fact that we have acted in a way which supports a conclusion that we have taken a strong principled approach. Because when I went out and asked him to step down, to resign, I did that as a representative, as the chief representative of the government.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't just go off and do it on my own. So that was a clear indication that the government was taking a position which reflected concerns over what had transpired. So the point that we have sacrificed the office, I think, is not correct, because the truth is the other way around. Our actions and our approach to this has upheld the office, has protected the office in the finest traditions of the Westminster system, where if people are in difficulty for one reason or another, they protect the office by stepping down and dealing with those issues on their own, in their own personal capacity, and not bring the office itself into disrepute or bring about any sort of confusion around it and distraction around the operation of the office.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't accept that we have somehow sacrificed the office, and I certainly reject the opposition's suggestion that a decision was made by the government to do something. I think the decision that was made by the Deputy Speaker was her decision to make, and I think she made that decision, and whatever people want to criticize her on in relation to that, I think there is a plausible argument for her decision, and that is it. Once the presiding officer, the person who has to make that decision, has made the decision, that's it. That's the end of the story. But my point is this: if their priority was to deal with the speaker in the same way that they're claiming that their priority, that their reason for not coming to Parliament and doing their job was the speaker, that would have been their first motion, not their last motion.
Well, it certainly, yes. I mean, makes good sense. We see Denny's coming up again. Denny, we do have another voice note that we want to play here shortly, but let's go ahead and give you a chance to make a brief comment. We do have another caller who's also calling.
I agree that the opposition was playing games with the way they were doing things. But I absolutely disagree that there was a plausible argument for her decision. And my reason for saying that is Section 8.
That's not my decision. It was her.
Is Section 8D of the Interpretation Act that makes it abundantly clear that the reason that this, or the idea that the motion was out of time, is factually and indisputably incorrect. And the way to protect the office of the speaker would be to insist that she is inaccurate and correct the record. What do you say about that?
Well, I'll say this. I've said this before. It was not my decision. It was not your decision.
I'm not blaming you, sir. I understand it's not your responsibility.
That was her decision, and I am not going to. It may not have been
even if it's unlawful, you're not going to correct it.
Sorry?
Even if it's unlawful, you're not going to correct it.
But it's not a precedent. It's a decision that is made.
But it is unlawful.
It is a decision that is made by the presiding officer. And it's
an unlawful one.
It is their decision to make.
An unlawful one.
You can go to Parliament and sit there and get a ruling from the presiding officer. You may think that the presiding officer is wrong, but there's nothing you can do about it. All right?
That's inaccurate. It's unlawful.
Whatever you think it is, it's futile to argue about it. My point is, if the issue was really about the speaker, that would have been the first motion, and that motion would have been completely outside of any argument about time. The reason the argument about time occurred is that it was filed at the last minute on the last day. That's where the argument comes from.
No.
Now,
the argument comes.
Our standing orders have to be reformed, and we have there's a committee which is doing that. We've got to get clarity on some of these issues. That I agree on. Right? We should.
Well, it's already clear.
We have different scenarios here. We have different scenarios within the standing orders in which time is measured in different ways, and that is not logical, right? It's not logical. It's not logical that a Sunday should be counted. I hear what you're saying, but anyway.
Danny, there seems to be some feedback, but okay, I think the Premier has stated.
That's not from. The feedback is not coming from me. But it sounds like you added another call, which is where the feedback is coming from. But there is no other way to calculate time in the standing orders except that in the Interpretation Act.
Of course there is, Denny. The standing orders can be very clear on the face of it, so you don't have to go to the Interpretation Act. That's the point. That's why you need reform. That's why it needs to be set up properly.
No, it's five.
It wasn't your decision. So this is a futile discussion.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hear from the other caller. Oh gosh. I think we may have Miss Charlene. Are you there? Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, Mr. Balika, you're back again. I think somehow we disconnected Miss Charlene. Possibly.
Yeah, well, do you want me to wait? Do you have another call?
No, if you have a quick comment, go ahead.
Well, it's just a quick commentary to follow on what the last speaker is saying. And Premier, I hate to have to push you a little bit on this, but really, especially as a parliamentary counsel, one of the people who used to serve you in government, I feel I'm obligated to comment on this. Because, you see, in any country, once you get to a point where the law is clear and then it is flouted, and when it is flouted, the people who are in charge of enforcing it do not correct themselves. Even after it is pointed out, it becomes a problem. Now, what has happened in this case is that if you read the letter from the minister of the leader of the opposition, he was 100% correct. The way in which the days are counted, I won't go into the detail. The way in which the days are counted, the way she counted them, the deputy speaker and the speaker, would have been correct if it was the Grand Court rules. but this is not a court matter. This is a matter relating to the enforcement of statutes as well as the standing orders. It was totally wrong what the speaker did, the deputy speaker did. There is no room for interpretation. And since it was pointed out, and this is the problem, since it was pointed out, they haven't come out to say that they have corrected it or to say why they still think they are correct. They've just ignored everything. I think when the law is clear, it doesn't serve the country to make excuses. They were wrong. They should admit it. And then on top of that, then it will become a precedent. That's the last point. You see, whenever a speaker makes a decision,
that last point is
no. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Yeah, let me just finish, please. Whenever the speaker makes a decision, or a deputy speaker, that becomes a precedent on how to count days on motions. In other countries, actually, they take those decisions and reduce them into a consolidated book of decisions to be followed in the future. So it has become a precedent because it is a decision from the speaker's office. I'm sorry that I got charged up here, but I think really that the law was deliberately flouted. Thanks very much. I
appreciate it. Thanks very much. All right, folks, we do have some other callers on the line. Good morning, Miss Charlene. Oh, let me just give her. I missed a few calls. So
Sandra, I just want to say he made the comment there that they flouted. I don't agree that that's many court decisions that are being made versus another court based on interpretation, right? So there is absolutely a plausible argument, and B, a decision and a agreement about.
Just a moment.
So there is absolutely.
Yes.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, caller. Good morning.
Yeah, Miss Sandra, I got one thing to say to the premier. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Those people who represent the people in the House of Parliament on Friday or Thursday, they need to be sacked with a salary. Because they get $11,000 to do nothing. Okay? And
Yes,
to
sir.
me, if I don't work, I don't get paid.
That's for sure.
Right? And this is working for the people. I don't care if they have different views. The fact is they were elected to work for the people. And they're supposed to turn up every time the houses meet. Because if I don't turn up for my job, I get fired. And I like the premier to bring a motion to the house that those who don't turn up to their job don't get paid or get fired. That's all I got to say. And have a good day. Thank you. Bye.
Cameron, we have a few comments coming here. Cameron just made me chuckle. Said Mr. Panton is going to soon drop 2 cuss words on Anna. No, he's in the seat as premier because he is cool, calm, and collected, unlike me. Another person says, hey, I'm listening. A bit uncomfortable with how Denny wants to argue with the premier and overspeak him. Not this way. He doesn't sound respectful towards him. Unlike the other guy, which is Mr. Berlika, he sounds much more respectful and yet questioning. Don't overspeak the premier. Come on, you're providing them a privilege to have access to the premier. Don't chase him off by being rude. Another person says, good morning, Denny, and palm face emoji. I wonder about him sometimes. He loves to beat a dead horse. And they also go on to say, I have a question. What effect does admitting the error will do? Does it have any material effect on the actions taken or decisions made? Another person says, one call and done. Another person's, some of these comments, oh my gosh. This person says, Wayne Panton, as leader of the government, premier of the country, has set a good example. Deal with difficult things, persist, and yet do it in a way to preserve the dignity of the parliament and role of the leaders. Is Denny saying that the premier is able to single-handedly reverse the decision of the office of speaker? The premier cannot reverse the decision of the speaker. Premier has, okay. Yep. All right. So few more comments are coming in fast and furious.
He wants to argue with you and try to choke the living life out of you until you admit that he's right. That's his problem.
Oh, look, we have a PPM Stalworth in the house.
There are
Good
times
morning.
It's not going to be, you don't have that luxury. Sometimes there is not a clear right and a wrong. And as I said, there are times when you just have to look at court decisions. You have one court deciding one thing on a set of facts and another court making a different decision. So this is to argue this and to claim that it's a precedent and to claim that somebody must own up that there was a mistake here is nonsense. It's a futile argument. That's what the PPM would like you to do, but it's not going to change anything. We already have a set of facts which demonstrates that their priority was power over principle. Right? The sequence of events does not reflect their claim, their currently claimed of moral high ground. And to be honest, what they have done is they have layered hypocrisy upon hypocrisy upon hypocrisy, capped it with deceit, climbed up on top of it, and said this is moral high ground. That's not the case.
Debbie says the Denny show. I keep telling him he can get a show in Bobo too. It's very, very easy. So we have a PPM stalwart in the house. Good morning, Ms. Burke Richardson. She says, there is no doubt that the combined pressure brought by the no confidence in the speaker motion, plus the boycott of parliament and insistence of the opposition that the speaker step down immediately, played a key role in Mac being forced out. Congrats to our progressives opposition. So she's given the progressives the credit for this.
She's my friend, and I love her to death. Right? Love her to death.
But we also know she's a PPM stalwart.
Yeah, the only thing I would say in relation to that the opposition were the last ones to call for him to step down, call for him to resign. Even the governor did it before they did. So I don't think that there's any clear reflection of their priorities, as I said. Yes, there are lots of things that come to bear on the whole thing. But I think what is reflected more than anything else is a care and concern for the human aspects of this scenario and the protection of the office and the protection of the reputation of the country. This country more so than many others trades on political stability. Right? And I can tell you, under my leadership, I am not going to compromise that. And I think what I have done so far has demonstrated that I am trying to achieve higher standards, better adherence, and a demonstration of the concerns around making sure that our reputation is strong and well protected.
Johan says, why didn't PPM do it when they were in government from 2017 to 2021 after his transgressions, which they had a majority? And he was a member of the PPM-led coalition government of national unity as speaker. And he goes on to say that the Kool-Aid kills. Good morning, caller. Good morning. Hello? Madam? No? Okay, I'm not sure if she's not hearing us. So we do have a voice note. I'm going to have to play it from the phone because for some reason I'm not able to download it on the computer, but let's see. We've got a voice note. Normally we don't play voice notes. I'm not sure if they're for the air, but I'm told that this one is. So let's go ahead and play this one.
Oh, it's something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 8:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Okay, caller. Good morning and welcome to the program. We had the caller broke out in song there. I hear you. How are you? Caller? You need to you got to turn the radio on, so turn it off so you can hear us. We're live and direct.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Morning.
Hello, morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, I'm calling from Cayman Brack.
What? Beautiful people of the Brack. Thank you so much.
Yes, Miss Sandra, this is Valda Scott. I usually do not call in on your show, but your show is very interesting this morning.
Thank you.
I take my hat off for the premiere and for the House of Parliament for what they did. I have no regret this morning. You know why I say that? Because I did not vote for anybody. I said if good come, I would get it. If bad come, I would do the same, because if I had voted for anyone, it would been Elvis McKeevan. He said he didn't want no one that go to church to vote for him, so I did not vote.
Oh gosh.
Because my sister island here, I don't trust no one. They're all for themselves. And about Mr. McKeevan, I do not know what the PPM are doing. For this reason, with the incident with him in United States, they didn't do anything about it.
That's right, because we forget there was more than
the
one.
Bartender was
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that day watch. They didn't do anything about it. Why now they are so against him now?
Yes.
With this incident, it is just because they did not win the seats in the last election to have power. They need to get their act together. That's what I got to say this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And I thank the premier that is in there. I love him and tell him to keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Have
I
a good
appreciate
day.
it. All right. So that, you know, I always forget about the incident in the casino in Seminole as well. So that was another situation under the PPM administration that he once again did nothing. Not he, but the progressives had an opportunity to do something about, and they didn't. So the more I think about it, the more their record is dismal. Morning, caller. You got one second left because the premier's got to run to the parliament.
Not a problem, Mr. Premier. I'll call your office and leave a message for you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay, my dear. All right. So Nicholas says they have layered hypocrisy upon hypocrisy upon hypocrisy, layered with deceit, and stood on top and said, "This is moral high ground." Well said, Premier. Denny. Johan has a message for you. He says Denny needs to call the OC show and wax lyrical over on Radio Cayman or get his own show. All right, folks, we will read more of your comments, but you know, we want to be respectful of the Premier's time. He made time for us this morning to come on the program. Premier Panton, we certainly appreciate it. I did see Charles make a comment earlier about why were you on here as opposed to Radio Cayman. Perhaps I'll address you, Charles. I'll address you, but I don't know if you want. He says, why is the Premier using a social media site to announce a matter of such national importance when we have a government-owned radio station? Seems that the Premier has CMR as his personal mouthpiece. Charles, have you been smoking something kind of funny today? But I will address that. I don't think that you need to even.
You know, Radio Cayman has received the press release.
Everybody got the press release, Charles.
Everybody got the press release. It so happens that today is opposition day on Radio
I think it's been all week they've been going over there.
Well, it seems that way, but that happens when you don't come to work and you have nothing else to do but go on talk shows. Today was opposition day. Of course, I can't kick them off to go on Radio Cayman. And
yes,
you know, I have this platform available. As you know, I was scheduled to come on Thursday.
Right.
Another minister was due to come on this morning, and we've just swapped around the time so that I could do this.
Yeah. All right. We have one final caller. Caller, can you make your comments or question ready for us? Go right ahead.
Yes, good morning. Just one quick one for the Premier. I saw that the ESO released stats last week saying that Caymanians are now the minority in Cayman, and I kind of just wanted his comments on that because it seems like it went under the radar in the news here, but you know, that seems like a very striking working stat to have been released. So if he can talk on that a little bit, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, the reality is this is one of the issues, or one of the facts that I know Caymanians are very concerned about. The rate of growth around our economy, around not the economy per se, but the fact that we have the majority of our workforce is non-Caymanian. We've built, and I haven't just said this today. I've said this for many years now. We have built an economy which is bigger than our own indigenous population can service. Clearly, I think it's 54 or 56% of the workforce is non-Caymanian. So these are things that we have to recognize the problems and issues that come from that and with that, and we have to work and find ways to mitigate those kinds of impacts. So I fully understand the concerns that someone may have in seeing a statistic like that, and it's not something that's going to go away overnight, unfortunately. The question for us is, do we continue with initiatives, with policy positions, which are going to continue to make that worse and exacerbate the concerns, or do we try to take a more planned approach to and take into account ways to address those specific concerns around that? And I favor the approach of planning what we're going to do, trying to put in place policies that are going to balance, have balanced outcomes, so that we understand the concerns of our people and we try to find ways to address those, and not just rely on rampant, unregulated capitalism to produce the success that Cayman has become. You cannot just, I don't think you just hope for the best. I think you have to plan, and you have to decide what the best is for the country and plan to try to achieve that.
All right. Melanie wants to know, when can we finally get the code of conduct? Can we get all PAC members on board now to sign it?
Well, let me tell you about the PAC, the code of conduct, the parliamentary code of conduct, that is. That was prepared earlier this year. I think in late last year, I gave an undertaking that it would be brought to the members of parliament in the early part of this year. That was done. It was brought to the Parliamentary Council, Management Council, and it was then circulated by the clerk to all members of parliament. And other than my own colleagues in government, I heard zero. As far as I'm aware, there was absolutely no other input from, and in particular, there was no input, no comments received from opposition members. So I thought it was the height of hypocrisy to include that as one of the grounds that they were claiming that the government had failed on. Because as for the last time I checked, we're all members of parliament. We have members of the opposition on the council. I have heard that they have suggested that they didn't receive it. Now, I don't know how everybody else has received it, but they haven't. They get the papers circulated from parliament on those same addresses. So I'm not buying that.
Yes. Wow.
As to what is going to happen with it, I am going to either bring it to parliament at the next meeting, or I may find a way to publish it with the signatures that I can get on it, and then
we will all know
whoever has not signed up, they can go explain to the public why they have not signed up to it.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you coming on the program. Again, folks, I know he was supposed to originally come on tomorrow's show, but we take it as we can get it, bring you guys the latest. Premier Panton, appreciate the updates this morning and appreciate people being able to at least get some of their questions to you. And I'm going to address, stay tuned, folks, because I'm going to address Charles's comment head on and directly after this. Premier, any final comments before you go?
I just want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all of the wonderful people who came on, including those who disagree with me, including those who are my lovely friends, but they may have a different political persuasion than I do. I am fine with all of that. We ought to be able to disagree on political issues without it becoming something that tears us apart from a societal perspective. So thank you to everybody who has listened, and I want to wish everybody a wonderful day in this paradise that we call the Cayman Islands, and I'm sure that the rest of the week will be wonderful. At least I certainly hope so. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day. Take care. God bless.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's take a quick commercial break, folks, and then I'm going to come back and answer Charles's question.
I love volunteering because it enables me to support my community. As a member of Rotary Central Cayman Islands, we connect people, we support our community, and we fund various local sustainable projects.
I encourage you to nominate because volunteerism is Cayman kind. Nominate your hero on gov.ky/YFCH and click Nominate for NHD.
The Fall Labor Force Survey is currently being conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office. The Labor Force Survey collects data on employed and unemployed persons. Trained interviewers with ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households in all districts. The interviewers will exercise appropriate COVID-19 protocols using personal protective equipment. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from freedom of information. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329.
All right, folks. So a couple really important announcements. Their National Heroes Day is right around the corner. Please, the deadline is coming up for you to make your nominations. And the Labor Force Survey is ongoing. They're going to be coming door to door. Participate because, as the last caller said, we get to see really important bits of information about trends, statistical trends that then helps our policy makers to make decisions. Let's go back to Charles's comment because forgive me for asking if Charles was smoking a little bit something this morning, because I'm not quite sure that I understand the comment, but I think we will address it and break it down. So for those of you who may have missed it, Charles says, why is the premier using a social media site announce a matter of such national importance when we have a government-owned radio station? Seems that the premier has CMR as his personal mouthpiece. Well, first of all, I don't think the premier needs anyone as his personal mouthpiece. He has access to send out a press release, which goes to everyone, which is exactly what his office did this morning. So Charles, you don't know what transpired. So let's clue you in on what is going on. The press release went out this morning, right before the premier went on to all media houses in the Cayman Islands. And I think someone pointed out that, in fact, the Radio Cayman might have gotten whiff of this even before it was officially released, because all I can tell you is in the Cayman Islands, there's no such thing as a secret. People talk everything. People can't hold water. And that's why CMR is so successful. However, let's get straight to the chase, shall we, Charles? If you want to announce anything in the Cayman Islands and you want the vast majority of people to know about it, are you trying to argue that the best source is Radio Cayman, the Compass, or anybody else? Well, let's just put the proof in the pudding, shall we? Right now on Radio Cayman, we have the government opposition, official opposition, over there, and they have 40 people watching. Ask me how many people we had while the premier was on this morning. Well over 400. So what would you rather have? The word getting out there the quickest way possible to reach the most number of people? Or just because it is the government station? The government radio station, just for the record, no pun intended, has a degree of autonomy from government itself. OC's show isn't just for the official government. As you can see, the opposition has commandeered his show. They were on there yesterday. They're back on there today. They go every Friday. They love Radio Cayman. Now, Radio Cayman is a radio station that is in business just like everybody else. So they pay to play. I'm pretty sure they don't go over there for free. They're paying for OC's time. Capiche? And so you might then be arguing, or other people might say, well, does that mean that Radio Cayman is the mouthpiece for the opposition? Because that's the only place that they ever go to say anything. Charles, let's not be petty. Let's not define petty and have your face next to it in the dictionary. This person makes the following comment. Who was in charge when Mr. Bush misused? Oh, that was a long time ago. This person says social media, Bobo, is actually on radio. This other person says, get him, honey child. And they're wondering what you're snorting. Not trying to be rude here, folks, but facts are facts. Okay. The premiere was already scheduled to come on yesterday's program. Not yesterday, tomorrow's program, my apologies, on Thursday. And in light of this new announcement, we've already got some other guests coming tomorrow, some other government folks. We just basically swapped him around. Do I need to say anything else? Now, here's the irony, right? When people want to talk about someone trying to be a mouthpiece, I will caution you, because life has a way of humbling us in more ways than one. And Charles is my friend, but I will remind Charles that one day he may want to use CMR as a platform to get his message out there, whatever that message may be. Who knows? One day you might run for politics. And where are you going to go? To Radio Cayman so 5 people can listen to you? Inquiring minds want to know. Sabrina says Radio Cayman has broke the news before CMR. There you go. Rena says because CMR has a bigger reach. Gabby says exactly. Radio Cayman is their mouthpiece then. If that's the case, have a few seats, Charles. Rena goes on to say CMR has a wider reach and more people know that. Tune in and listen to CMR than Radio Cayman. What a hot mess. Miss Louise says, thanks, Mr. Premier. God bless you. Magdalene, good morning. Says, good question by that caller, how we address the issue of Caymanians. And that is, without a doubt, the next time the Premier is on, something that we need to dig into. We haven't had an opportunity to go too deep with the ESO results, but I think that we definitely need to do so. Ms. Moya says, my option is the government made the correct steps and actions to safeguard the stability of the House and our country, while also ensuring that Mr. Bush stepped down without dissolving the House and calling for an early election like the previous government. Nikki, good morning. She's going to that caller's question. Nikki, hold that, because we definitely want to come back to that because, you know, I think what has happened, I think a lot of people may not recognize this, but when you've had a government who has been in power for 12 years, that's a long time, and their policies have driven us to where we are today. You can't undo 12 years worth of concessions. You can't undo 12 years worth of residency and status grants with no checks in place. You can't undo, 12 years worth of policies and procedures that didn't necessarily have Caymanians in mind. You can't undo that in 18 months. It is going to take time, honey child. And so I think the fact that the government is at least saying that they will be looking at policy initiatives that can reverse that trend, that is key. Good morning, caller. I don't know what's going on. Miss Charlene, I don't know what's going on with your phone today, but for some reason, you seem to not be hearing me when I answer your call. Hello? All right, try it again. Try it again. I'm not really sure. I don't know what's going on. Maybe she's having some phone issues. Balika says, I think that the code of conduct should say that you should not grope people, just to be clear. Charlene says, thank you, Honorable Premier. You and your government has sought after and resolved and implemented a lot of our issues in the past 12 years or so of governance. And I, for one, is very pleased with this PAC government. There's a lot more to be done, and have confidence in all of you. Mac is out, says Gabby. Let's get back to the more important things now. Cost of living, minimum wage, more affordable renewable energy options, et cetera, et cetera. The list is very long. It sure is. Good morning, Miss Sue. Let's see if we can hear you again. Good morning. I don't know. Miss Charlene, are you having some phone problems this morning? I cannot hear you. Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you. I don't know what was going on.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that I did not want to switch the conversation, but I wonder if I can tuck in with a little piece of what I wanted to ask the Premier originally. No. I can do that now.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I, for a long time, have been asking for a holiday, a proper, codified, legislated holiday for our seamen. This being the month of October, had nothing much to do with the situation going on. But because it's the month of October, and our seamen are all elderly persons now, so this is the month that I thought I should talk again about the situation. I think that we need a holiday to really celebrate who our national treasures, the few that are left, are. While they are still with us, give them their flowers, not every time it's convenient. In between now and whenever, we mention them as a demographic, and we move on. We need to do more for our seamen. Ms. Consuelo gave us a book, and that's a wonderful thing. Now, Charlie believes that we need a holiday really to celebrate them. What I'm calling a bank holiday, because I don't really know what a bank holiday is. I think I might assume that I know, and I might not know. So I'm just saying what I call a bank holiday, meaning the business is shut down. That is just what, and Mr. Premier, now I can tell you what PPM did not do. They did not, and I love my PPM, but they did not answer me on this one. And the answers they gave were avoidances and insult. They did not answer me on this one. I'm not looking for no glory. I want glory for men. If I was looking for glory, I would have taken it myself all the way. But I gave it to at least 4 stalwart people in the community, 2 that would have some situation to deal with it anyway. As and as what it really is, and blah blah blah. I didn't take it by the hands. I gave it to someone. If I was looking for glory, I would have done it another way. But the glory I want is for my seamen to have a holiday. And to get to that, we need a lot more to encompass around them, to give them standing, absolute standing, and make it difficult for any ne'er-do-well to step in and discriminate against that, or to just let it go as governments change. And I thought, now that Mr. Panton is there in that presidency, I think that Mr. Panton is the correct person to really take this in hand and get it done, because guess what? He does have a horse in the race. This is his legacy. And for the Johnny latecomers who think that they can run this country how they want to into the ground, Mr. Panton does have a horse in this glorious Caymanian, part of Caymanian history. Extremely glorious, that nobody can take away from us. So far, so good. I know they are always coaching and planning. But I would like to have holiday for our seamen. And I think that there's a beautiful day in September that is celebrated internationally. It can be on that day here in the Cayman Islands. I need a way, not the have seafarers way to take away Harbor Drive from me. And I got friends who will argue, well, what was it before then? I know it was Harbor Drive then, and it's called seafarers. A pacifying, not even thought about situation. And of course, my best friend argued with me that the seamen like the seafarers like it. You know why the seafarers like it? Because it was a move that remembered them, that put them someplace, and they're used to getting big fat zero goose egg. So if they got a little afterthought, they would have thought somebody was thinking about them. I don't need me a seafarer's way to replace Harbor Drive, because like I like to say, rope that I helped to lay and carried over to Branch Store. I think that was, I can't remember if that was number 1 or number 2. I carried over to Branch Store in the mornings, went from Harbor Drive, and I would like my legacy to be someplace in there. It didn't go from Seafarers Way. We can get a Seafarers Way. We can get a Seafarers Graveyard. We can get a Seafarers Church to marry after the old woman that with the broken hand, broken skin on her hands. Go on, lay down. And you get that new guy that is like just over the age. We can have a place to marry them and to bury them.
All right, my love.
We
Thank
can
you.
get all that, and I know how to get that done because it's in my head. I'm the one carrying the blueprint, so I know how to get it. So that's what I want to talk to Mr. Premier about, not really about this department, because this is only tearing this country apart, and it's killing me.
I appreciate it, my love.
I can't get the glasses. I hope he's listening or his media watching.
Well, he might have to run over to Cayman to make the announcement for everybody to hear it. Okay, my darling.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We do have our guests waiting. I'm trying to see if we can get a little bit of overtime on the radio as well. Omeria says, Charles looks as though he is starting an early campaign. Bravo, Premier Panton, says Donna. Miss Morna says, don't forget the immigration and work permit really needs to be dealt with ASAP. Shaking my head. El Rey says, simple answer, Charles. More people listen to CMR. And you don't have to take my word for it. This is a screenshot from the show earlier this morning. At this particular moment in time, there was 417 people listening versus how many over in the other station? 40. And 40 is a record for them, I can tell you. Don't get me started here this morning, Charles. Don't get me started now. I'm a Georgetowner, you know. Good morning, caller, fellow towner. How you doing, honey child?
Good morning, honey child. How are you?
I'm salty as ever and very good. Thank you.
My darling, I would like to add with the October month. This is Seniors Month.
Yes.
And,
Older Persons Month. That's right.
Yay. Yes. And we are trying to give our seniors a outing at a retreat in East End, and also on a fishing trip. We are looking sponsors to sponsor our seniors. Our seniors needs to get out. They be so happy when they're out from home amongst friends and doing activities. Being this is Seniors Month, please come on board and assist with donations to pay for their stay at the retreat in East End and on a boat trip to go fishing.
All right.
So I would like to extend. I will send information via WhatsApp to you, Sandy.
I appreciate it.
Okay, Mom.
All right. We're
Thank
celebrating.
you.
You're welcome. We're celebrating older persons. Miss Charlene says CMR is a cold hard truth. You better believe it, honey Jill. Miss Moya says, so he's arguing about the channel people use to distribute information. Who on here listening to Radio Cayman except my mama? I don't know. I know I don't. Sorry. She said, I know I don't. Sorry. Not I don't know, but I know I don't. Yes. Well, I don't know. Your mama might be listening to the cold hard truth too. Them old people getting with it, honey child. Now that they can find us on 89.1 FM, that dial is strong. Strong Will says, good morning, Sandy. Why is Charles listening to CMR? He should be listening to Radio Cayman. Oh, Lord. He called Charles a yam head. Oh, geez, I'm peace. Anthony says, very disappointed in his answer about the ESO report. Anthony, I think he was already in overtime. And unlike some other MPs, he actually is trying to get to work. So rest assured that we will dig deeper into that matter on the next occasion. So that's not a final response to that. We're going to circle back to that. Miss Charlene says, love it. Salty Sandy says, El Rey, yes, honey child, I done told you on my mouth not join no church. Miss Elsa, good morning. She says, you are a very true speaker to Miss Cindy, Cece. Jonathan says CMR gets a larger audience. I would think that's a good thing for the people. Besides, I can't tell the last time I listened to Radio Cayman. Hopefully, Charles, you've gotten the answer that you were looking for. And if you weren't looking for it, you're getting an answer nonetheless from all of the people and CMR. Think about it. It's a government-owned station, but that doesn't mean that they're the mouthpiece for the government either. They have talk shows that are supposed to be independent, talk show hosts that give their opinion, which may or may not be in line with what the government wants. In fact, here's an interesting fact for you. A government-owned radio station couldn't even get the midday show to be on board with the COVID vaccine. They were allowing all of the propaganda and anti-vaxxers in the program, and the official government position was get vaccinated, encourage people to get vaccinated, get boosted, and that's not the position of that show, none at all. So your question, and sort of trying to take a dig at myself and CMR doesn't even make any logical sense, because obviously Radio Cayman has demonstrated their position is one of independence. If you pay to play and you want to come on there with propaganda or anything else, they don't care. So, I mean, I wouldn't blame the premier for choosing an option where he reaches the most people. Would you? I mean, sounds like you might be saying that you are. Now, for those of you who want to claim, and this is like a low dig. Somebody said this is a crab in the bucket moment here on CMR. But, you know, people get upset and people have these rumors. Oh, you know, Sandy's the mouthpiece of the PAC government and they have her on the payroll and this not. Listen to me. I want to know when I can start collecting my damn paycheck. Because honestly, as much as y'all claim on the payroll, somebody better hurry up and put me on the PAC payroll. Really? And read my lips. They're nice and big and beautiful. I look like I'm a mouthpiece for anybody. I mean, honestly, that's insulting to me, Charles. I mean, I take personal affront to that. I don't care what the premier thinks on this. I take insult to that because you should know me better than that. Don't insult me, honey child. It's not a good look for you. We speak the truth here, right? We don't curry favor with nobody. No fear or favor. Huh. Who else? Since we're the mouthpiece for the PAC government, right? Let's just break it down just a little bit. Damien, I see you there, honey child. I'm coming to you. Ask yourself, who else has been riding the government on some very important issues of accountability? Everything from the situation with the COVID, 1 second, Carla, not coming. The situation with the COVID test contracts, we're the ones who broke that story. Where was your Radio Cayman then, Charles? Since you claim me the mouthpiece of the government. Who broke the story about the criminal charges with Miss Cayman and the lack of accountability from the ministry and Minister of Tourism and Transport? I don't care who is in office, we hold them accountable. And listen, to make it abundantly clear, because I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, we are pro-PAC government because we are sick and tired of the progressives who had 12 years. Is your life better today than it was 12 years ago? And if the answer is no, it isn't, then we need to give somebody else a chance. This is an opinion-based show. And I have said on more than one occasion, we are giving the independents who form this PAC coalition an opportunity, a chance, and we're giving them a fair opportunity and a fair chance. I am sick and tired of the politics and the shenanigans and the games that the progressives has been playing from they were formed back in 2003, because I was there. And in my naivety, I didn't even see at the moment how they were using people like me, like Denny Warren Jr., like Billy Adams, and many others. Even Miss Lucille and her sister, I know they're still with them 100%, but good for them. You're being used by them. You think Alden and his slick back hair would have any use for some of y'all black folks from Georgetown? Because you know the man don't believe he black. But shall I really break it down for you this morning? You think the progressives really cares about y'all? Right. You're convenient in the game of politics. You're convenient to call up on the talk show and to push their narrative and their position. That's what this is all about. I am tired of the games, for one. I'm tired of the people being the ones on the losing end of this stick. It's time. It was time for a change. The only difference is the progressive has refused to accept that they lost the election. I mean, 18 months in, they are still throwing a tantrum, as that caller said earlier. This has got to be the world's longest tantrum I have ever seen. Well, maybe, what's his name over there in the U.S., Mr. Orange Man? Donald Trump. They're on par with him. Get it together. Y'all have a job to do as the opposition, and you're not able to do your job. Good morning to Paul. Good morning to Howard. Howard says, why do they have all the answers and solutions before they win? But when they get in there, it's always a problem to get something done. Well, I don't know if it's a problem to get something done, but one thing I do know is Rome was not built in a day. And if you've got to tear Rome down to the ashes, you got to burn it down and start over. You can't do that in a day either. And there are some real world implications to some of the policy decisions and the changes that need to be made in this country. It's going to affect us all in one way or the other. I tell you, what a mess. Anthony says that we need radical change. We need brave younger politicians who are willing to rock the boat. Bans on foreign purchase of property, suspension of work permits, approvals for minimum 1 year period. John LaRue says, which Charles are we talking about? I mean, that's Charles Whitaker. I mean, I don't know. What a mess. Anyway, this person says, thank you, Sandy, for CMR. Best show on the island. I appreciate it. And for the record, Charles, you might sit here thinking that, we, in our heads, we're the best show on the island. But need I remind you all that according to the Tower Marketing, what's their report called? Their annual consumption report. This is now what you call independent surveys, honey child. They listed us as the #1 talk show before we were even on radio, beating out all of the other talk shows, including the 2 other shows that on radio came in. This is one of those moments where sometimes it's better to just keep your mouth shut than open it and have people go, what on earth is wrong with you? Yasmin says, girl, you're the best. You're the people's mouthpiece until they drop that. Yes, honey child. That's right. The people mouthpiece. Samantha, good morning. She says, amen, Sandy. So good to see you, Sam. Omiria says, Anna, don't start Krilda this morning, but she mouthpiece. Now I know she's the last person I don't want to offend. Oh, Jesus. Pauline says you hit the nail on the head. Emma says, for Christ's sake, Anna, don't piss her off during the show. Wait till after and talk to her directly. Who is Krilda? Oh, Krilda is an old name we use as nicknames. Oh, I've never heard of Krilda before, but I'll take it. I don't know who the hell Krilda is. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Oh, that's Flo that keeps calling. You know what? That's actually Flo. El Ray, Can you please have your people over at Flo sort me out? I owe 20 cents on one bill, and Flo keep calling me. Cha. Tell Dean he was supposed to get it sorted for me. All right. Let me see. Who else was calling me just now? Oh, honey child. Let's get a caller in the line. Quilda. Well, I not heard no Quilda before, but I like it. Dr. Tahir says, thanks for the wonderful show, Sandra. Thanks for providing the latest updates, and nice to see impartial media like you, Sandy. Appreciate it, Dr. Tahir. Mm-hmm. Anyway, don't get salty with me, honey child, because listen, you know, nobody buys me. I keep telling you all this. This is a platform. You want to buy an ad? You want to run a post on social media? Those things cost money. Me and my mouth, you can't buy. You can't afford it. You know what I say to people? Everybody has a price. That's the God's honest truth. But you know what you do in life? You make your price so high that nobody can even come within the ballpark of being able to touch it. Okay? Put it into the millions of dollars. Johan will know if he's still listening to the program. Him and Peter and others said, oh, Sandy, they want to buy out CMR before the election. They can come and make you an offer and you can't set up another news platform. I said, oh, really? Well, that's news to me, honey child, but let me go ahead and set my price well into the millions. So when they come with the little piddly podly 2 peas and one little pot, rubbing some shillings and dollars together, I gotta say, oh, poor you, come again. It's not gonna happen. That's our problem now as Caymanians, you know. We don't know where the hell we stand. But this woman knows where she stands. Let me be abundantly clear on this. I'm trying to stand with the right people. And you know what? Any of them step out of line any day of the week, I'm going to be the first one to call them out. Has my track record not already demonstrated that? Poor Sabrina. She got a taste of that. Catherine Wilkes getting a taste of it now. If you don't do right by the people, I don't care who you are with. PAC, progressives, Popo, it don't make a difference. We have elected you to public office and we expect you to do your job with integrity, dignity, and stop lying to the people of this country. And it doesn't matter who you are. The day the premier lies to me, every single one of you will know about it. It's as simple as that. It's called accountability. Something we should try to get used to. Because you know what? If people like you, they hold you accountable. Miss Cayman and the Miss Cayman Committee should be listening right now. It's the people who claim they love you that's going to always give you a pass. All the McKeever supporters, y'all listening? If y'all really cared about that man, you would hold him accountable. You would say enough is enough. That's the God's honest truth. So don't be stepping up on me talking no foolishness about somebody's mouthpiece, honey child. Jonathan says, at least we know you have a price. Everybody has a price. Damien, I hope you're not too pinched for time. He says, a real friend speaks the truth. I'm going to bring you on here in a second. Yes, everybody has a price, Jonathan. Anybody who tells you that they don't have a price, they are a liar. Your price might not be money, though. You see, this is what I'm telling you the difference. Your price could be anything. It could be your family. There's a lot of things people can come at you with. They just have to find what you care about. Because a lot of people don't care about money. I wouldn't say a lot. Some people. Now I tell people, listen, I can pay my bills myself. I don't need no politician to give me nothing. I'm out here hustling and begging every single day Just yesterday evening, again, begging for a single mother of 3 who had lost her job, took her a few months to find a new job, 2 months behind in her mortgage. CUC bill come in at $800, a little bit under $800. That's about to get cut off. Water's about to get cut off. Credit union froze her account because, your insurance, your property insurance isn't up to date. I'm out here using my mouth to help those people. What are you doing? That's the bigger question here. How are you helping people in your community today? What are you doing? It's easy to sit back and talk foolishness. It's a lot harder to get up and actually do something, huh? Emma says Charles is loyal to Mr. McKeever Bush, and with every right. He was one of many that Mr. Bush fought for when no one else supported him, and Captain Dalmeen. Mr. Bush played a part in changing his life. And listen, I get it. I mean, I think they have a love-hate relationship, though, so I don't know. He says, this person says, Miss Emma says that the man is like a father to him, and Charles doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve, so it's like a child defending their parent. Well, what does it have to do with defending McKeever? McKeever has finally done the right thing. And, listen, kudos, and I take my hats off to the premier, because the premier got a lot of time and patience. And like I said, it's people like that you want in a leadership position. You don't want somebody hot-headed like me, honey child, because I would have stepped up and Mac a long time ago and just gave him one good Caribbean backhand slap and say, you got to sign this resignation paper here today, or you're going to get another slap. And next thing you know, I would be the one in jail or hauled up for code of conduct violations. So it's good that we have a premier who is calm, cool, and collected and still stands his ground, something the progressives couldn't do. Now them and Miss what her name is? What Miss Lucille's sister name again? They won't come on here today. She's never even been on this program before today, but I'm so glad you're listening. I'm glad you're listening to us instead of your friends over at Radio Cayman. Right? Now you're going to roll up talking about, the progressives did that. It's because of them. Honey, child, please go hush your mouth. Try and sit down. Ridiculousness. Because of them, they had 1,460 days and they couldn't move McKeever. They acted like the man was Jesus, can't be moved. And in 30 days, the PAC government got him to resign and to change and amend his resignation letter. And now he's gone with immediate effect. And guess what? He not walking away with no backdoor deal, no money in the kitty, or anything else. That is proper leadership. Y'all want to talk about, this man not no leader because he not out here doing backflips and talking lies on Radio Cayman and blah, blah, blah. No, he is working in the background, talking to people, getting things done. Not about trying to show people up and show people off and put a little placard on his backside. This is the kind of leadership that we need, one that is tempered. Y'all keep electing all these hot-headed people to political office, and then you wonder why they don't get nothing done. Really? For peace sake. Mr. Damien, I'm sorry, they got me hot and bothered this morning. How are you?
Good morning, Sandy. I'm good. Just listening to you and thinking to myself, a lot of people think that politics is about arguing, when really truly politics is about compromise.
Exactly, right? And I admit that a lot of us are just not cut out for that sort of thing. Because we get in there, we would pull a move like the progressives. I'm not going to show up to work because y'all not doing something that I want to do. What happens to you if you don't show up to work, Damien?
Well, we get let go. Unfortunately, I always say politicians have the benefit of being able not to do anything and still be employed. They got the best sweetheart deal of all.
Trust me.
Because I know a number of politicians that sit in office for 4 years and get reelected, and they've done absolutely nothing. Nothing of substance. Not for their constituency, not for the country, but people like them. Why? Because they have nice parties, or they give persons this. They'll pay people phone bill. They'll do that, and people don't understand that that's enslavement. Because if you have to go to a politician to get your phone bill paid or to get stuff done, they're enslaving you to them. True empowerment is to make you independent of me. Means
Exactly.
you can stand on your own 2 feet.
Amen, brother. We're going into a bit of overtime this morning. This is Damien joining us from TCI, one of our brothers in the Caribbean. And people, I
was actually just speaking to two of our former politicians who actually know McKeever Bush personally, and we were discussing the situation, and their thoughts were that McKeever needs to stop drinking.
Of course he does. The man's an alcoholic. And the same supporters of his will not just tell him that. He should know that by now. He can't touch the stuff. I have told him that myself. I'm like, sir, you have a problem with alcohol. Get therapy. Here's another viewer to the program. This person says, but isn't Charles one of your so-called biggest supporters and one who encouraged you to start this platform? He is so weird. You're the one who gave him a chance to tell his side of the story when he was destroying the gym. Did Radio Cayman do that? Well, it has been said the Mac has secrets on the PPM, hence why they could not move him. Well, Mac has been in the game a long time, folks. And the truth of the matter is, if you got a secret or you think it's a secret, McKeever has it. He knows. This is what he was saying last time. When Arden called the vote of no confidence that forced the progressives to call an early election because they wouldn't do it, McKeever said at the time, he issued a statement, I'm going to come out. He was on Radio Cayman, I believe it was. He said, I'm going to come out with all of your secrets. He was calling out Arden and everybody. Now, nobody is without sin. You know what they say? Every sinner got a past or a future, and every saint has a past. So yes, everyone has done stuff that they're more, not proud of in their lifetime. And instead of McKeever taking about accountability for his actions, even then at the 11th hour, he was willing to sit back and call other people out, because guess what, voters? That's the kind of antics that oftentimes works with the people. Y'all need to really start to step up and expect certain things.
The issue in the Caribbean, and I'm not going to say Cayman, the Caribbean as a whole, is we have a deficit of leadership in the Caribbean. And I tell people what we think is good politics is actually not, but we believe it is because we haven't really seen good politics.
Trust me. Where do you find that, by the way? It's definitely not in America.
And the problem is whenever you do have people that want to do the right thing and want to do good things, we tend to hate them because we want what's always been done in the past. We complain about it, but we want it.
That's true.
And I always say that's the
own worst enemy.
That's the schizophrenic nature of public. We complain about the current situation, and then when somebody changes it, we complain about the fact that they changed it.
Exactly. That's why, Damien, I think that, you're in media, I'm in media. I think that the role that media plays is such an important one. And when people say to me, oh, Sandy, I like the things that you say and you're helping people and I think you should run from politics, I said, please pump the brakes on that idea. Why do y'all think that every person who can solve a problem or who can speak with a certain degree of truthfulness or eloquence or whatever you think it is should be a politician? No, you need people out there who do not have the confines and the shackles of being a politician, because guess what? When you get voted in, all of a sudden the people are like, oh, well, you don't do this, I don't vote for you, blah, 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 blah. And here I am, nobody's mouthpiece. I can tell you what I think without fear or favor, and I don't care if you don't like it. Because you know what I tell you? Change the dial. Go listen to something else if you don't like it. It's as simple as that.
Well, I know.
Here's another WhatsApp message. So some people's price is power or prestige or fame, violence. They could not have but wanted power, enslavement. Y'all need to wake up.
Even the subject that we were originally supposed to be talking about, crypto-colonialism, the whole idea of that is about power. And people I think we don't understand power, and it can be a very addictive and dangerous thing, and or at least so I've been told by many politicians. And I find that I'll use myself as an example. When I ran for elected office in 2016, right? It was something that I had prayed about for a long time, being a person of faith. But I decided, you know what? If God is going to push me in that direction, then so be it. But when people would ask me, I would tell them I'm not running to win, and they're like, "Well, why are you running?" I said, "Because God told me to highlight the differences between good leadership and bad leadership." And in a lot of instances, senior politicians, well, the current or the then current group of politicians refused to debate me.
What a mess.
Right? So I would literally be asking politicians for a debate, and none of them would debate me. And then, persons would come up to me, "But your ideas are so different." I'm like, that's the whole point. It's to be different. It's to show you that you don't have to accept the status quo. You choose to accept what you get. And I can remember one of the political parties, an executive from them came to me, and I think I mentioned the story before, and asked me, "Hey, Damien, we want you to stop your campaign and come support our party." And I said, "Sure, I'll do that. Just answer one question." And they said, "What's that?" I said, "Tell me, why are you supporting your MP in your area?" And their whole answer to that was because, the party looks around and that's how, contracts are given out. And I say, so you're supporting your MP out of self-interest, and as a business person, I said to them, so would you let your MP run your business for a year? Oh, hell no. I said, well, then why would you let him run your country for 4 years?
Right. Wow.
So it shows you the mentality of politicians and political operators. Sometimes they know they're supporting people who do not have the ability to actually run a country, but they do it out of self-interest.
And that seems to be what drives a lot of what people do, self-interest. And it's so interesting, even as I continue to reflect on Charles's allegation this morning. One of the things that when this government came in, and obviously I have said I don't want to mince my words in any way, shape, or form. I am in support of giving this government an opportunity to see what they can do, right? The first thing that anybody in opposition to this government would say is, Sandy is supportive of them because they have her on the payroll. Now, first of all, that's insulting to me because obviously you believe that I'm a person that can be bought and quite easily. But the irony of it is the only group that has offered me any money that couldn't be honest and straightforward and to the point about it was actually the progressives themselves. Isn't that ironic? And then they're out there trying to push this narrative that, she's on their payroll. Wayne Panton must be paying her this, that, and the next thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, really?
But guess what?
Let me try to recall what you did during the election when you sent one of your little lackeys to try and talk to me. Oh, but we don't want this. We don't really want to. You have to keep this under wraps. Why am I keeping it under wraps? It was during an election.
But
you pay for the services. It's because that's how they are. They're dirty.
Sandy, and I was going to say that they may believe really and truly that you're on the payroll. You know why? Because that is their nature. So they're saying that it must be the nature of everyone else.
I said the same thing when.
And I find that is how some people think. Because they would do it, they believe you would do it.
Absolutely. And I agree with you because I've said that before. I forget what his name is now. Mario, when he was saying it, I said the only reason why Mario would say such a thing because he understands, because that's his MO. You know what I'm saying? So you're absolutely right about that, honey child. But let's move on to the more important topic of culture and these sort of cultural norms that really play into violence in our community, amongst other things. Now, it was quite interesting, and I'm sure you saw this story yesterday. We carried it here on CMR. We're the only local newspaper in the Cayman Islands who carries, for the most part, regional news. Nobody else cares what happens in the region. But we carry it because I understand that we, small island nation of 3 little countries, a little dot on the map, we are not an island unto ourselves. We operate in a much larger context of the world, which includes the Caribbean region and beyond, right?
Mm-hmm.
This story that came out of Jamaica about the broadcasting standards, and now they're going to be blocking certain types of music. Jamaica bans music promoting illegal activities. I thought that this was so interesting. I must tell you, I didn't expect the Jamaica Broadcasting Commission to issue this directive yesterday, but it says a lot about how they are recognizing even the subculture of this dance hall genre and whatever else they want to call it, how it perpetrates and promotes and glorifies illegal activities. They've said any song now, any recording that promotes illegal activities such as scamming, drug use, gun violence, jungle justice, all this stuff, you can no longer play. No interviews, no nothing. And I thought, wow, this is quite interesting, because when we talk about this same culture, right, that seeps into other Caribbean nations, whether it's culture coming from Haiti, Jamaica, Cuban culture, Honduran culture, whatever, it's fascinating to think about the implications of culture and how it can have a very serious negative impact and how it can impact crime. So let's talk about this you call it crypto-colonialism.
Crypto-colonialism.
Explain for our listeners what that is.
Well, it's a term originally used in reference to the former colonial powers, European powers, right? And it refers to the word crypto means secret, hidden, disguised. So it's a form of hidden colonialism, where it's colonialism without colonies, right? And as I said, it originally referred to European powers, but more recently it's being used in the debate about culture, right? And how one country can influence the culture of another country without them even realizing it. And in particular, it's been made in reference to the U.S. Western powers, right? So the U.S., England. The only reason we believe the Privy Council is great is because we've been told that. It's been drilled into our minds that the Privy Council is the best thing ever, and so we don't give the Caribbean Court of Justice an opportunity, right? And so, in other words, certain structures in the world are only the way it is because we've been conditioned to believe it. Because culture is about conditioning. You condition people to believe certain things. And so we believe that, foreign is better. And so when it comes to the whole idea of culture, crypto-colonialism can be applied to almost any culture or any country that has influence over another. So would you say that Jamaica has an influence in Cayman? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We
over half of the population are Jamaicans. That would be
exactly. So you'd be stupid to think. You'd be stupid to think that Jamaican culture doesn't influence decisions in Cayman, right? And this is why you need to have a regional and a global mindset. If you think your little country is doing stuff all on its own, then you are deceiving yourself, right? And it's the same thing. If we think what happens in Haiti and Jamaica doesn't impact Turks and Caicos, then we're being silly. When more than 80% of our population are from those two countries.
Yeah.
Literally, our social cohesion is based on how well we can get along with those two cultures.
Absolutely. So Carlton says, so this doesn't have anything to do with cryptocurrency? No. No, not at all. And listen.
But there is also the phrase crypto-colonialism is also used in cryptocurrency, but we're not talking about that crypto-colonialism.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Carlton, hopefully you're up to speed now. So listen, culture influence us in real ways, from the microcosms of our individual families to our political culture. And this is why a few weeks ago, you guys heard me say in a very cautionary way that I've noticed that some politicians right now, and even some members of the PAC government, seem to like Jamaican style politics. And to me, this is a very dangerous position to take, because
Absolutely.
I have never seen anything in Jamaican politics that I thought was worth emulating. I'm sorry. You don't have to agree, and you certainly don't have to like the comment, but it has been riddled with violence, with just downright shenanigans, all this foolishness of dancing on stage like you're a bunch of performance monkeys and whatever. Doesn't sit well with me. How has Jamaican politics even benefited the people of Jamaica? Why on earth would we be trying to adopt or emulate that particular model? Only the good Lord and baby Jesus would know.
But it's not just K-Man. It's politicians here in the Turks and Caicos. I mean, I don't know if you follow politics in Jamaica, but in the last
enough to know that, like I said, I haven't. I see people killing each other because, oh, you're wearing red and this one wearing blue, and you can't go in certain areas because this is a red stronghold.
In the last 3 months, featured speakers at the PNP rallies in Jamaica were politicians from Turks and Caicos. So when you look at it, right, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, that politicians shouldn't have a cordial relationship with each other across borders, but when you look at it, we have politicians from here being featured speakers on political platforms in another country. And to me, that says you support what that party is doing as an individual. And there are things that clearly in Jamaican politics, both parties, whether Jamaicans agree with me or not, both parties are guilty of some things that I wouldn't want to see in any other country.
Absolutely.
Right? And this is no disrespect to Jamaica.
Yes. And even here, I said to people, again, in the context of just trying to educate people, right? When the UDP was formed, we have the problem with Cayman and Jamaica is we have such close, not that this is inherently a problem, but we have such close connections that sometimes for some people, they can't distinguish the two. They can't see what is true Cayman culture versus what we have already adopted and taken on as, our more recent culture, but there's actually Jamaican culture. So even politically speaking, when the UDP was formed, all of the top people in the United Democratic Party, now it's defunct, were for the most part people who were coming from Jamaica. They were people who, left Jamaica probably in the 60s or early 70s. They've come to Cayman, they've set up, businesses, they're doctors, they're business people. And, they have lived a good life here in the Cayman Islands. They ran from the issues that Jamaican politics caused, the financial issues, the crime issues, the violence, everything else. They came here, but they haven't let go of their own political influences and the way of them doing politics. So the United Democratic Party here in the Cayman Islands is very much ingrained in that, because the majority of the top leaders were actually people who had come from Jamaica into the Cayman Islands.
But
and they're seen as political leaders.
But Sandy, culture follows us. Culture is a part of us.
Absolutely.
Right? And there is no way people are going to get rid of their cultural beliefs and their cultural activities simply because you want them to. Right?
Exactly.
And so when you have people that come from other countries, be mindful that they bring whatever the national culture of that country is, they bring it with them. Right. And I'm not saying that you should be prejudiced against people because of where they come from, but I'm saying that you need to take that into consideration. Right. And so if you have a vast majority of people coming in from Jamaica and forming their own political party, then expect similar behavior to what happens in that country. Why? Because that is what they have known. And the crazy thing is, and I always say this about our own population, because we're only like 25% of the actual population, the people that come from other places, it always amazes me that they want a different life, but expect us to be like the place they came from.
Yeah, now you're hitting the nail on something.
And I always
that's the head right there. Yes.
And this in particular, right? And I'm going to say it, it's the truth. In particular with Jamaicans and Haitians, they have a phrase that they'll say, "Oh, but in Jamaica," and I have to say, and I have to remind them, "But you're not in Jamaica."
There. Yes.
If it was so good, then you should have stayed. Again, no disrespect, but I'm saying that you left for a reason.
Yes.
Why are you expecting here to be like there? You know, I remember one day I met a guy. I was taking a run one morning, and the beach in back of the governor's house here, I met a Haitian guy putting sand in his truck off the beach, which is illegal.
Oh gosh.
So I told the guy, I said, "Listen, you have two options. You can shovel," and he had his truck, filled with sand. I said, "You got two options. You can shovel all of that sand back onto the beach, or I can call the police and they can arrest you." I said, "Your choice." And so he started shoveling the sand, but cursing at me in Creole. And I told him, I said, "Listen, I can't understand you anyway, so I don't mind whatever you're saying." And he's like, "Oh, this is not." So he said to me, he said, "This is not your beach. This is God Beach. In Haiti, I go to any beach I want and take sand." And I told him, I say, "But you're not in Haiti. You're in the Turks and Caicos, and you can't go to any beach. It's illegal."
Yes. Yeah, quite interesting.
And
well, yes.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that Soka says amen to that, Damien. Let's look at it. Let's look at a few things, because of course the music, the culture seeps in from so many different areas, everything from food to politics to, family life, like every single aspect. And I saw Damien ask a question about what about, he says, so you don't think that music and styles, et cetera, from the US are not culture changes as well? Of course they are.
Absolutely.
Damien. That's the whole point, is that culture is brought in. We have people here from the UK, from Canada, who again bring their own culture with them. They're not accepting of the Caribbean culture. They refuse to adapt in any way, shape, or form. But the point that we're making.
But Sandy, why do you think we believe America is better? It's crypto-colonialism. America has trained us, conditioned us to believe that they are better.
Yeah.
So it is the same thing. It doesn't matter who it is.
And for the record, Caymanians have a little bit of an issue. I say when it's white, it's right. Right? So we are a product of this slave mentality that if a white person tells you the same thing, if they're white and they have a certain accent, they tell you the same thing that some Black Caymanian just told you, you're not gonna believe them. You're like, "Oh no, they don't know what they're talking about." And some white person says, you're like, "Oh yeah, you see, this person is the expert. Let's pay them the high dollar. Let's pay them the consulting fee." I have never seen a government who spends more money, not this current government, the previous government, by the way, who has spent more money bringing in foreign consultants to tell us stuff that I'm like, you need a foreigner to tell you that? That's your expert? Caller, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning again. Just a quick question. Is this gentleman whom you're speaking with, is he the gentleman you had on about a week or so ago?
Yes. Last week, Wednesday. Wednesdays are Caribbean Connection Wednesdays. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just like his culture.
Yeah. His
thank you very much. Sir, thank you very much for explaining to us what the importation and without eyes on what's happening can do to countries. Because we have looked at that before, unless you hear from old people like myself, and it don't really matter. But I thank you. A window opened last week. Plenty of people came to like an aha moment when you went into your discourse. And I thank you so much. And thank you again, Ms. Sandra.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, I was even at court a few days after the show, and somebody said to me, Sandy, the conversation with the gentleman you had about, cultural influences, they said, I want to hear so much more because it is so true. So I've done a little bit of research. As you guys know, I believe in doing my research, honey child. So let's look at a few things. The impact of culture on violent behavior. So these are some statements that Damien and I will discuss. And of course, you're welcome to call in 936-2626. We're going into overtime on Bobo and here on social media as well. So this one says, cultural and social norms can encourage violence. So cultural and social norms are highly influential in shaping individual behavior, including the use of violence. Now, I'm going to throw something out there. And Damien, of course, I want your comments on this. Mm-hmm. As Caribbean people, we have a very strong position of you do not spoil the rod and spare the child. And our interpretation of that has been that means that when it comes to your children and disciplining your children, you use physical violence to discipline your children. Mm-hmm. And we grew up, most of us grew up in those households where we were subjected to the switch, the belt, the tamarind switch, the anything. Sometimes your parents could find a shoe,
frying pan,
anything, right? I have shared on more than one occasion on this show that violence that we perpetrate against your children, because that's what it is a remnant of our colonial history and our slave mentality. That is what the slave masters did to us to keep us in control. They physically beat us into submission. And I dare say with anything they could find too. And we have been taught as people of color in particular, and Caribbean people feel very, very strongly about this, that they will beat you into submission. That's how you bring up a child. And I say, see what Gabby say? Even the very extension cord. And we rely on the Bible to justify this behavior. And I've asked the question a million times, and I'm going to ask it again today. The Bible uses an analogy of a sheep and shepherd. Where have you ever seen a shepherd physically beat sheep? The rod of correction is a gentle rod. You ever watch a shepherd and his flock? He uses a dog, sheep herding dogs, as his assistants in the process. They don't bite and attack and kill the sheep. They move the sheep with their behavior and gentle movements in a particular direction so the herd can go in that direction. So why do we believe that we should be beating children into submission? Because this is where violence starts. The remnants of violence, the seed of violence begins in our homes.
Sandy, can I interject here, right?
Absolutely.
And as someone who grew up where my mother did not play. I mean, if she needed to, it didn't matter if she was in public. If she needed to give you a good beating, you'd get a good beating. Now, that being said, I tell people my mother was one of the most loving people I know. However, that don't mean that I agree with her style of discipline. Right? Now, at the same time, I don't believe that you shouldn't ever spank children. I tell people, I do believe that you should spank a child, right? However, it should be an absolute last resort. I talk to my kids, and even I don't believe that once a child is old enough to understand right and wrong, you shouldn't have a need to spank them. But that requires you to be involved in their life from an early age,
from day one.
Get them to understand that you do and don't do certain things.
Morning.
Yes, yes. Good morning, caller.
And I even at this age. Let me just finish this one statement.
Sorry, caller. One second.
Let me just finish this one statement. Even at this age, you know what my friends tell me? Damien, you're bringing up your kids white. That's what my friends tell me. Damien, you're bringing up your kids white.
Oh, Lord.
Because my son literally told his mom the other day, my oldest son who just started university last month, you know, he did something wrong one day, and I started speaking to him, and he just turned to his mother. He said, "Mommy, for God's sakes, please beat me because Daddy can talk me to death."
Oh my gosh. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning, Sunday, to you and your guest. I
Yes.
guess I got
Good
a quick
morning.
question. Do you think your guest could answer with his, give me his opinion on, do you think that there's a bit of economic suppression going on by this multiculturalism? He call it crypto, what he call it?
Cryptocurrency.
Crypto-colonialism.
Colonialism, sorry.
Crypto-colonialism,
Yes.
yeah, like using one race of people to suppress another race and all that kind of stuff. And is it what do you think about the minimum wage all ties into that somehow? You know, I think that's what's going on too, because the minimum wage plays a role, and then you by multiculturalism, using other people to come into your country and suppress another race while the powers to be, whoever they are, you know, continue to do what they're doing, you know. If you could speak something along that, and give us his opinion on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I guess there's always an economic element to all of this as well.
Absolutely. To respond to the caller, the one thing I'll say is that, again, Tony Benn, former British Labour MP, said to control a people, you only need to control three things: access to finances, access to healthcare, and access to education. One of the big things in the Caribbean is that we believe in foreign consultant. So we're paying into the educational economy of another country. So we're paying for people to educate their own people to a great degree so that we can bring them into our countries,
right,
and employ them, right? Secondly, we in the Caribbean don't control our own economic systems. The global economic system is not geared towards benefiting majority Black countries. I've said this time and time again. The IMF are legalized criminals, right? I got nothing against the IMF, but the system wasn't built for me. The World Bank wasn't built to benefit me. They were built to benefit colonial powers. America doesn't see itself as a colonial power, but America has been a colonial power through crypto-colonialism. Who influences the majority of the world? It is colonialism without colonies. You don't need to have a colony, physical possession of a place, or political control of a place to be a colonial power. You just need to have influence over the people.
Absolutely.
And this is essentially what crypto-colonialism is. This is why we believe Canadians are better bankers. This is why we believe that it's better to go to school in the US and all of these other beliefs that we have no real basis for, other than the fact that this is what we've been told all our lives.
Over and over again.
Our parents were told this by their parents. Then they told us. We're now telling it to our kids. You know, we're not saying that, okay, let's find our own form of education. Let's find, and I keep telling people the reason being is because these things are not easy. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, you know, coming up with your own financial system is you know, a piece of cake. It's not. If it was, we would have done it a long time ago. The problem is, if we don't start somewhere, we will never get there.
Right.
And in the Caribbean, we are always discouraged from doing things ourselves or discovering our own thing. We're always told, no. Mommy and daddy has already discovered this for you, so you just follow this. And so that is what we do. The US, the UK, France, Germany, they've already done it for us. So why should we go and reinvent the wheel? And I'm not saying that you shouldn't take things from other countries. Absolutely. If somebody has already put in a lot of the research, why not use what they have, but make it your own?
Yes.
You know, make it your own.
Damien says, but that's in the sheep's DNA, an instinct to obey and follow. But my question to you, Damien, is why do you believe it's not in the human DNA to obey and follow? Why do you think an animal that's supposed to be lesser than us have lesser intelligence than us, can't learn in the same capacity or ability than us, that it's in their DNA to follow, and it's not in our DNA. So, folks, we have to question the very belief system that we have. Why on earth would you believe that inherently human beings are made to disobey and not follow? Where does a thought like that even come from? Caller? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Very surely the Caymanian DNA to obey and follow anything that is
that is true. We're the most subservient people in the world, I believe.
Absolutely, including me. Sir, also about following people, just the use of two words, and you just use one of them. And this is not for any blasting or whatever, but it's just so easy to condition a mind. You use the words kids. And I know you are a strong fighter on one side of the fence. And I'm almost sure you have read the Malcolm X document, his autobiography, and he told us never, ever to do that. I'm a person that used to read news, and there are certain words I don't use. Another word, and I hear it all the time, and it upsets me, is the word soccer. I, as a Caribbean person, don't know what that means.
Okay.
Don't know what that means. But that is just to call us on all that we are. And like you said, yes, we are all that you say we are. And Sandra, I'm sick and tired of you bringing us down. But I love it. I so love it. It's necessary. All the time. We are in Cayman, because of the conditioning and because we are a bunch of followers, we can't think. So we get caught in it all the time. And I thank you, sir. But just bear that in mind.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So those of you who are listening on the social media streams, you see I have a slide up. It talks about the definition of violence, which is interpersonal violence, defined as the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against another person or against a group or community that results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. Morning, caller.
Good morning. I just wanted to call and say thank you for providing insight on what's happening, because a lot of people are so clueless to a lot of that systematic control that's been taking place for so long. I'm just really grateful for you highlighting a lot of these things so people can start to consider it and look into what leads to a lot of decisions that they make, and not just blindly follow because this is what's been told to us for X amount of years, because everything is changing, and we haven't really evolved that much physically since the hunter-gatherer age. So it's just really good to see you providing the information for people to be able to hear and do their own digging to gain greater understanding. So I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir. Okay, have a good one.
Sandy, I just want to say thanks to the callers. And I want to add that, my pastor at university one time said to me, he said, Damien, culture is stronger than truth. Doesn't matter how much you know the truth, the culture will prevent you from living it.
Amazing. Well, when we talk about this psychological harm, maldevelopment, deprivation, right? Research upon research has said that, listen, when you use physical or corporal violence against your children, you are doing way more harm than any good that you could possibly think that you're doing. And yet, as a people, culturally, we have discarded scientific evidence. We say that's not true. We say, Damien, look at me. I'm okay. And my aunt used to beat me with the shoe, the board. She would tell me, bend over the chair, Sandra, and pull your pants down. And then everybody thinks that I'm normal because I tell you I'm normal. You can't always see that an egg is cracked, first of all, right? And the people who are damaged, who have psychological harm and damage, are not usually the ones in a position to swear for themselves, although they often are the ones doing it. Let's look at our society. Crime statistics of the Americas, of the entire world, the Caribbean, Latin America, South America, the very countries that believe the most in corporal punishment have the highest rates of crime in the entire world. You tell me how well this works for us. We have schools. We just saw a young lady last week in Jamaica lost her life in a schoolyard fight where she was stabbed in the neck by another student. We see teachers showing up to school trying to teach your children, and they are being subjected to violence, to being attacked. Children, the teachers writing on the board, the child and children coming behind her, erasing the board. Our teachers are powerless, right?
But Sandy, that's been because over the years we've had a shift more and more on a societal level in the Caribbean and in the Americas of the acceptance of violence, right? And you and I both went to university, and I don't know if you ever covered the whole idea of does music or entertainment make people violent? Because I remember we did this in one of my classes at university where we principles of media practice, right? And understanding, the influence of media on individuals. And you look at research that says, well, media has minimal influence on person's decision whether or not to be violent. I personally don't believe that. I believe media has a huge influence on how people perceive whether or not violence is okay. Media might not make you violent, but it definitely makes you believe that it's okay in society. And so when it comes to music, when it comes to movies, when it comes to all of these different things, like there are certain things I don't let my kids watch. And people will go, oh, but it's okay. They can watch. I'm like, nope. He doesn't watch it at home, so he's not going to watch it at your house. I've had friends who've said, I'm having a birthday party or a sleepover for my kid. Can your son come over? And I go, well, no, he can't. And they go, well, why he can't? I'm like, because I don't know what you're going to be showing at your house.
Yes.
And they get offended. And I said, listen, it's not, there's no offense intended. It's just that I really restrict what my kids watch. There are things that a lot of other parents think are okay. And I just don't want my children exposed to that. And so I'm not going to, cuss you out. Your belief is your belief. If you're okay with your kids watching it, then fine. I'm just not okay with my kids doing it.
Right.
And so I always say we as parents, we as a society, we have to start taking ownership of what's going on in the culture, because we tend to think of culture as this thing in the past, but culture is what you do every day. So it's the things you believe.
Yeah. So Jonathan says, I still believe children need a good A beating every once in a while. Ms. Morna says, I think it depends on what your children did. And some parents don't know how to beat a child. So go with anger and they don't care where they hit the child. My thing is this, Damien, right? You have a child. And of course, we all have had children at different ages. I was in my early 40s, right? I have to think about how is it that a 6-year-old child, just take my daughter, for example, can do something that brings me to the point where I think that physical violence is the answer. It means that there's something wrong with me as a parent, and I'm not able to think of creative ways of disciplining her and having a conversation without resorting to violence. But you call it whatever you want. It's still a form of violence.
But Sandy, you have to remember, this is about conditioning. Even our parents were conditioned to parent in a particular way.
That's true.
And if you're not conscious of it, and a lot of people tell me, like a lot of times I'll get persons ask me, Damien, are you from the Turks and Caicos? And I go, yes. And they're like, but you don't behave like you're from here. And I used to take offense to that.
Yes.
And now I just see it as, you know what, I just think differently, and maybe I'm just an outlier in terms of, you know, the national culture. I'm just a bit weird, and I tell people all the time that I'm a little weird, I'm a little offbeat than most persons you'll meet in TCI. And that's because my approach to things are different. I would rather think something through than rush into it. And that's the same thing about parenting. If my child does something, my oldest son can tell you, I will probably find all sorts of creative ways to punish you before I even attempt to say, I'm going to take a belt and beat you. Why? Because I believe there are alternatives to disciplining you.
Yeah.
And
And
what
it
I'm
requires thought, though. I'm glad you said that, because it really does require
it
a parent
does.
to
It
think.
does.
And you know what? The most important thing is, you are trying on the one hand to allow your children to see that, okay, you've done something that is not acceptable behavior, and there will be consequences for that. But more importantly, you want your children to have the ability to self-regulate. And just
Then
beating them doesn't do that.
no.
Because if you're not there and you're not present, right? The long-term message isn't, I'm going to make better decisions for myself. It's like, oh, mommy and daddy are not here. They're not going to know what I did, so they can't beat me. They can't punish me for this. So I'm going to do whatever I want. When you find alternative means of getting your children to think about their behavior, why is it that you're doing this? Behavior comes with consequences, good, bad, whatever, right? I don't want you sneaking and eating salt, because here's why salt is bad for you. Like, you go through and you do the explanations, you take the time with your children about why this behavior is not good behavior for you. Your children will learn that same method in their head, in their own brains, of how to approach decision making. And ultimately, that's what it's about. Again, going back to the schoolyard example, here at our John Gray High School, they had graduation last night. Congratulations, by the way, to all of the young people who graduated, all the young people who were awarded different, recognitions and accolades, right? Good job, well done. But that school is often fraught with fights. At one point, they were averaging 5 and 6 fights a day. And I said, you know why your children are out there acting like animals and fighting? Because no one has ever taught them conflict resolution does not come with violence. Because you yourself, as a parent, uses some form of corporal punishment or violence against your children. And they think, okay, and their little brains, remember, they don't fully develop until they're 25 plus. The message that they're getting is, okay, if I want someone to do something, I can make them do it by physically submitting them. It's the same reason somebody talking about rape culture, sexual assault culture. It's the same mentality. If I see a woman on the street and I find her attractive, I want to touch her, I will do that. I want her body. She's not going to be able to tell me no. I will force myself on her. That's why we have so many people showing up in court every day for rape and sexual assault.
Sandy, as someone that's done youth work for more than a decade, I can tell you that most of the time, when we've had kids that had some sort of behavioral issue, and we looked into their home life, there was problems at home, right?
Absolutely.
There was either an abusive parents, not monitoring children. I mean, there was some sort of issue. And I'm not saying that all of this falls on parents, because society has a role to play. But what I'm saying is that parents are the primary focal point. And if we're not doing our job, the one thing I've learned is that if you're not telling your kids the right way to deal with things, there's 10
Somebody
other
else
people out there
absolutely
telling them something different.
That's right.
So
That's right.
you have to be on your game every day. And I'm not saying it's easy, because there are a lot of parents out there that I know wish they could spend more time with their kids. I know, I wish I could.
Yes. You're trying to pay the bills and keep food on the table from and something over their head.
Absolutely. And so that is why, the problem comes in when young people aren't trained how to think and deal with situations. And then those same young people, they go and have children. And so their children won't know how to deal with those. Yeah, exactly. And so it just continues in And I tell people we got to realize that unfortunately persons are being conditioned to believe that violence is okay.
Yes.
Why? Because my grandparents think
Mm-hmm.
it's okay,
Mm-hmm.
my parents think it's okay, so it must be okay. Society thinks it's okay. The music tells me it's okay. The movies
Right.
tells me it's okay.
Exactly. And even how we communicate, Damien. I mean, think about if we're to be honest, a lot of the households that we have grown up in, the yelling and the screaming and the lack of effective communication skills. None of us were taught how to, for the most part in your homes, how to express your feelings. Like if you were feeling angst or anger as a young child, your parents didn't walk up to you and say, as a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, Damien, I know you don't have full vocabulary, but what's wrong? Try to tell mommy what's going on. No, they were more likely to grab you by the arm and say, you better shut up and sit down, and yell at you, if not beat you, to just be silent. So we don't even know how to communicate because we were never taught. I mean, I have watched, Damien, I used to be a believer in the Caribbean way because again, that's how my aunt raised me. And that's what I believe. Yeah, beat the child, blah, 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 blah. And the more as I became an adult, and this is why I'm so glad I didn't have kids in my 20s, because oh God, I think I would have been a horrible parent. Because I would have been emulating that same behavior and repeating those same bad patterns, right?
The thing we don't understand, Sandy, and I am a believer in culture. I believe culture impacts everything.
Yes.
From work to your personal life, everything, right? And what we don't understand is that you think you make certain decisions. Really and truly, the culture decided that for you a long time ago.
Amen.
And so if you're not conscious of the impact of culture on your own thoughts, then you will do whatever the culture dictates. And if the culture says that violence against women is okay, like we know in some Caribbean countries it seems to be, then you will have that culture repeated over and over and over. And it's the same, and it goes, and it's no different when it comes to what you said earlier. White is right. We've been conditioned to believe that if a white person comes in and tells us something, it must be true. Whereas if a black person tells us something, we should be suspicious of that. It's the whole divide and conquer mentality. We don't trust each other, but we'll believe anybody else from a foreign country with a lighter persuasion. And I'll give you a personal example. I remember when I was working for a particular mobile provider in the region as a marketing executive. I gave a presentation on some stuff, and I was literally told, okay, we can't do that, that's not a good idea, blah blah blah. The very next week, this wasn't even like months down the road, the very next week we had an intern come in from Ireland, and it was the first time in my life I've ever seen an intern be given a company car and a company apartment. Right? And the intern gave a presentation. In their presentation, the exact same ideas. So, at the end of the presentation, the senior managers who were also from the UK were clapping and saying, brilliant ideas. And so one of the local managers turned to me and said, Damien, isn't this the same ideas you presented last week? I say, and I just looked at him and I say, don't tell them that. And so I'm saying that to say that there are certain things in our culture that we accept. Rather than standing up and saying, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. We've accepted it. And because we believe that that is the way it will always be.
Wow.
If you look, there's a charity called Transforming Trade. They published a report yesterday about business practices by UK-based companies in foreign markets like Africa, the Caribbean. And they said that UK-based companies often use force and threat and so forth to get their own way in a lot of these countries. And I was just looking at that and thinking to myself, I wonder how we would feel in the Caribbean if many of us read this report. Then we would understand a lot of what goes on in the business community.
Yes. Wow. So Gabby says, so true. You want me to give you something to cry about is one of the phrases that a lot of us are so incredibly used to. Again, growing up in traditional Caribbean homes. Another saying that demonstrates our culture and how we don't even value our children, or that our children have a voice, is we tell them, don't speak unless you're spoken to.
And I didn't grow up like that. My mother always told me, Damien, you can say whatever you want as long as you're respectful about it. And I think this is one of the things that drive my bosses crazy.
Yes.
Because even though I work in media, like Radio K-Man, we're actually a public service broadcaster. So I work for the government. And in meetings, I am not the quiet person. I am usually the person that goes, well, no, I'm sorry, Minister, you're wrong. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, you're wrong. And I think that drives my bosses crazy, because some of them might see it as a form of disrespect. Why? Because we've been culturally conditioned not to question authority.
Exactly.
And this is why we accept certain things. And my mother, on the other hand, always told me, Damien, if you don't like something I've done, you can tell me, but you can tell me respectfully. And so I've always told people that if you're sitting in a room with me and you're telling me something I don't like, I'm going to tell you about it.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. All right. So cultural and social norms are highly influential in shaping individual behavior. That's a foregone, I think, conclusion. And this is, again, some slides I found online, which I think were very much in point. Culture plays a large role in your behavior. So if we understand these assumptions about our social, cultural, interactions and why we are who we are as a people, then we start to move the conversation forward in how do we change the narrative?
By being intentional.
Well, exactly. But of course, there's certain things that I feel like we have to accept before we can start to then get to the point where we are actually intentional. And, sometimes it means that there is an upsetting of even our own belief system. So that, as I said to you, at many points in my life, I was a proponent of, yes, beat the children. That's the only way that they're going to learn, to listen, is by force. And the day that I started to accept, but wait a minute, where are you getting that from? Why do you believe that? And most importantly, what does the evidence show? If I'm saying that I'm an educated person, I'm a learned person, I've got 3-4 degrees under my belt, and I'm open to the possibility of changing my mind, because I think that is the most powerful thing in the world, to be able to change your mind. All this evidence shows that this can be dangerous at different levels. Why do we just accept it? And why do we do it? And it's hard to question what you have always been brought up to believe. It's hard to say, hold on a second. My parents, my aunt, my this, my that, they only taught me what they knew. Here we are, 100 years later. Why am I still accepting something that my forefathers believed was true, despite the fact that there's either no evidence to support it, or there's evidence to demonstrate the contrary point? As human beings, why don't we start to adapt and adopt a different way of thinking?
But Sandy, it's even evident in the way we punish people in our justice system, right? I was speaking to some persons recently about a particular prisoner, right? And in the person was in prison for rape, right? And so they were up for parole, and the case was well known here. And so I was saying to persons, I hope this person, has been reformed, blah, 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 because one of the biggest issues in Turks and Caicos is there's no real reform. We don't have any reform programs. There's no money spent on reform. We like to talk about it, as if prisoners are going to magically reform themselves somehow just because we put them in jail.
Yeah.
And so these persons who I considered educated, individuals were like, no, he needs to stay in prison. We need him to be in prison for another 10 years. And they just going on and on. I said, you realize that at some point, this person will get out. I said, isn't it better that we reform them than punish them? They will become a part of your society. They will be your neighbor. Wouldn't you want them to be reformed? So it goes back to the whole idea of how we even view punishment. We don't think punishment should end.
Yeah.
We don't believe
that is
rehabilitate people.
Yeah, that is interesting.
My son, when he comes home, my youngest son, he's in primary school, and we did it the same thing with our oldest. We make them give us a synopsis of their day. Okay, what happened in school today? And we talk through it.
Wow. El Rey says some people cannot be reformed. And I think that that's true too.
Well, I also believe that. I believe that.
And those are people who you give a life sentence.
We should at least try.
Yeah. Perspective says the power of truth is that it will always prevail no matter the strong influence of culture. Truth is the law.
That was true.
I know, but it's not true. It is I can prove that true with so many examples.
Oh man.
This person says truth is the law. It convicts and it sets you free. The principle of truth can be defied for a time, yet no one will escape its judgment and bottom line outcomes or consequences of choices. But the first statement, power of truth, is that it will always prevail no matter the strong influence of culture. If that was the case, our politicians wouldn't be hoodwinking us as much as they do.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's a primary example of how the power of truth isn't. I mean, we like to say these things.
Sandy,
I mean, even me myself, like, oh, the truth will always come out, wait on it, But let us be very honest. There are people who are able to fool the people.
Sandy, if what that person said was true, public relations wouldn't be such a lucrative business. Okay? Because as a PR practitioner, there are methods. Now, I believe in ethical PR, but as a PR practitioner, there are methods that people can use to consistently fool you until you're dead. Right? And it's the most evident form of it is in politics.
Yes.
The truth will always be the truth. Don't get me wrong. But that doesn't mean the truth will always be known.
This is an interesting statement. It says here, cultural acceptance of violence, either as a normal method of resolving conflict or as a usual part of rearing a child, is a risk factor for all types of interpersonal violence, which is a bit of what we have already been speaking about. So this goes on to deal with, a number of different cultural norms as it relates to violence, sort of unspoken rules, if you will, in our society. And that's why it's so difficult, even women who are being subjected, or men who are being subjected to domestic violence. One of the hardest things in the world is to reach for help and to talk about these things, because we live in cultures that have normalized that. And it's not just Cayman culture, Jamaican culture. Some months back, I was talking about the Asian culture. And, whether it's Southeast Asia or whatever, Indian people, lots of cultures have normalized this silence around domestic violence. Like, you don't speak. And in those cultures, you also don't get a divorce. So you stay in those situations until you pray that maybe the man will change, which is unlikely to happen, or he's going to just continue to beat you. And one day he might actually take your life. And you don't have anybody to turn to if you go to your own parents. Your own parents tell you to stay in those relationships and those specific cultures.
But Sandy, that's even evident in many Caribbean countries. I mean, and in particular in small societies. I will even say in Turks and Caicos, again, going back to my experience doing volunteer youth work, I met many, many young ladies that were raped by family members, that were abused by family members, and that said they couldn't talk about it. They went to their parents, and their parents said, no, you don't report uncle so and so. You don't report cousin so and so. Right? And so it happens. Right? And because and again, I'm going to use Turks and Caicos because it's what I know. We have this thing in Turks and Caicos where we say it's not us, it's the foreigners, it's the Haitians. So violence only happens in the Haitian community or the Jamaican community, or sexual assault only happens in the Haitian community, or the Asian community. It's not us, when it is us.
Yes.
It is us. And even if it didn't start as a part of our culture, it has become a part of our culture. And the quicker we acknowledge it is the quicker we can do something about it. Because you can't change a problem if you pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh my gosh.
And this is what we have to get over in the Caribbean. We like to pretend that certain things aren't happening. And they are.
And we're going to go a little bit into extra overtime just to radio listeners. Chuck is he's on the ball here. He's going to give me some more time. I really appreciate it. Big shout out to DMS Broadcasting. And, I'm so glad that you said that, because there was a quote. I forget who said it about, oh gosh, help me out here now. The same problems, the same things that have created a problem can't be used to solve it. Oh my gosh. There is a, oh my gosh, there's something, keep talking, Damien, because there's, I used to teach conflict resolution in a former life. I was a professional development instructor.
I know where the quote kind of comes from,
that I'm thinking of?
because I think it was Einstein who said you can't use the same kind of thinking that got you into the problem to get you out of the problem. Right? I believe it was Einstein who originally said that quote, and it is so true. And this is why I always tell people, why do we recycle politicians? If politicians create the problem, people go, oh, but we need to get them to fix it. But how is the same ignorant form of thinking going to get us out of a problem? It's only going to deepen the issue. And this is what we have to realize, is that certain things we have to say, okay, fine, we tried that way. We are where we are. Let's examine the viability of a different way.
Yes.
And I think in the Caribbean, we don't like change because change has always been uncomfortable for us, right? In particular, I'm going to say British territories like the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands and Bermuda, we've had this air about ourselves that we're better than the rest of the Caribbean because we're more stable and we have very lucrative economies and we're doing so great. But are we is the question. And I always say the true measure of progress is, are you better off than you were yesterday? And can we honestly say that the vast majority of our people are better off than their grandparents were or their parents were? I don't know if we can say that in Turks and Caicos. I don't know about Cayman.
Oh gosh, I'm going to try to find this video to share with you guys, because there's something called the lesson of the fists. Anyway, I might not, it's called the power of resistance. I might not get it all for today, but I'm going to find this. It's a very, very old video. I used to actually use it in my training sessions. I'm going to have to find it again, but it talks about even this concept of resistance. So the more you try to force someone to do something that they don't want to do, for example, with force, and they use the fist analogy, where you have someone grab your fist and you're both pushing in the opposite direction. And there is a provable theory that the more you try to get someone to accept your position with force, the more they are going to resist you. And that's just human nature.
And this is why crypto-colonialism actually works.
Because you don't even know that they're doing
influence.
it. Yes.
based on influence.
Yeah. I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this. It was a series of videos by a guy who is an expert in conflict resolution. Oh my goodness, I'll find it. I'll put my hands on it for sure. But I mean, so incredibly true. You know, there's nothing wrong, folks, with thinking about what we have come to accept, whether you're 15 years old, you're 25, you're 35, you're 45. I think the mark of someone who doesn't have good intellectual capacity is someone who refuses to change their mind about anything. Because as new information becomes available to you, I think we should all be reevaluating how and why we think a particular way, because as we can see from what we've been saying this morning, a lot of it really comes down to these sort of cultural norms. So, you know, we were talking about inter-partner violence. You're talking about even violence against children and why children have been taught not to speak out. You know, women's rights to be able to choose certain things for themselves. A lot of that has to do, folks, with, again, the sort of cultural norms that we have accepted. You know, when I see some of the imagery that is reflected in like the dance hall music, for example, now everybody's like, oh, you know, Spice, she's just having fun. And, you know, but in order for her to have fun and to be able to have a good time, she has to sell sex and sell her body. And I'm not saying, again, this is unique necessarily to that particular genre of music, but it's done in a very vulgar and over sexualized manner, right? And that's the culture that we have come to accept. You know, last year we had Damien, you probably didn't know this, but we had a Jamaican artist come to Cayman. What's his name now? I even forget his name. Some name I've never heard of before. But anyway, he showed up here, went to one of the schools. Somebody recorded it. The kids were going crazy over this guy. They're like, oh my God, this is, you know, all the children knew him. And the parents are like, who? Who's this guy? We've never heard of him before. And it's like, how is it that your children know this guy who, you know, has music that's a bit out there, and you as a parent don't even have any clue what your children are being exposed to and what your children are listening to when it comes to the music and the artists that they're into and all this sort of stuff. I mean, it used to be back in the day that your parents might have had a clue, because in your room, you know, you'd have up posters, because remember when they used to have the little poster boards that you could buy and put up in your room? Now the kids have smartphones, they have access to social media. The parents don't know how to use social media. And if the parents don't know how to use it, how are they ever going to keep tabs on what it is that their children are even doing or being exposed to?
Let me give a little bit of advice here, and I think this is the extreme. I think don't get me. I don't think this should be a parent's first option. Yes. Should be a last resort here, along with corporal punishment. I think these things are very, very, you know, the last resort. But my son, my oldest son, when he was around 14, 15, I happened to find out, I don't remember how I did. I think I was using his phone one day to do something, and I went into his search history and I saw that he had, you know, gone on some pornography sites. Mm-hmm. And so I said to him, I said, okay. We sat down, we talked, told him why it's wrong to watch pornography, blah, 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 all that other stuff. And I said to him, you know, if you do it again, I'm going to take away your phone. Did it again, took away the phone, right? For 2 weeks, gave him back the phone. You know, he did it again. I said, okay, I'm going to take away your phone for longer. Gave him back the phone after about a month, right? And then I told him, I said, you know what? I'm not going to take away your phone because I realize I need to be able to reach you. Right? I think it's better for you to have the phone than not have the phone. I say, however, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to put a parental app on your phone. And I did that. I put a parental app on all of his devices. He hated it. He absolutely hated it. I mean, the boy literally cried at 14, 15 years old and said, "Oh, Dad, oh, please take this off my phone. You don't need to know what I'm doing." I said, "Well, no, clearly I do need to know what you're doing."
Right.
Right. And there were instances during that time, I had the app on his phone for about a year and a half, where, and it's one of those apps, it sends me information. I don't even need to do anything. The app sends me who texts him. If somebody texts him, I get the text. If
Good.
somebody sends him a message, I get the message. I know who he calls. I know which site he goes on. I know how long he spends on those sites. Right? Now, my son is tax savvy. So he figured out he could clone a partition separate from the main one. So I showed him, you think you smart? I'm smarter.
Oh my gosh. And of course, you know, we're not specifically talking about parenting, but it is important, I think, for parents to know, and I think this is where parents struggle, is that we are raising children who have access to stuff that we didn't necessarily grow up with, that maybe we're not familiar with, and they always think that they're one step ahead of us. And as parents, it is your responsibility to always stay ahead of your children, no matter how the technology may change. And that can be challenging.
Oh,
you know,
it
that's
is.
not a
It
easy
is.
feat.
And you know, I mean, in the end, eventually he kind of got used to, okay, my parents are just going to monitor me. And I told him, I said, when you prove that we can trust you, I'll remove the app.
Yes.
And I eventually did remove the app, because what that app allowed me to do, if he was on sites and stuff that I didn't approve of, I could shut his phone, his laptop, I could shut everything down instantly. And he hated that because I did it a couple of times. I locked him out of his own phone. You know, so I'm saying that there are ways you can monitor your child without physically being there.
Right.
You know, and but I consider it intrusive.
Yes,
right?
of course.
You know, as an individual, I was brought up very independent mindedly, and so I myself would hate for somebody to monitor me, but I understood the need as a parent to do it. You may hate it, but sometimes, depending on the nature of the situation, you need to do those things.
Yes.
You know, and so we have to be careful, because again, the culture inside your home may be different from the culture outside, and you don't know what cultural influences are influencing your children. That is why parents don't know what artists their children are watching. Why? Because when they go to school, they're with their friends are showing them something on their phones that you wouldn't necessarily want in your house. You see, and so we have to understand that. We have to understand how culture works. It's not going to just suddenly happen overnight. Yeah, those things can happen, but usually it's influence over time, where you're influenced to believe a certain way, to behave a certain way, to think a certain way. You know, and it's not just kids, adults too. And we've been conditioned to think a particular way. I always tell my wife, Black people have been conditioned to go to the bank to go on vacation. I have never in my life taken a vacation loan. If I want to go on vacation, I save for it. That is no insult to anybody, but that will keep you poor. You want a vacation? Save for it. Banks love people who take out vacation loans.
Yep. Absolutely. Wow.
Listen,
Luis says intense. Luis is listening this morning. El Rey says, if we believe physical discipline is a reason for children to become violent adults, but in this day and age, we have more timeout parents than ever. But at the same time, we have adults who use violence as means. No, I don't think in our culture, our parents, to be very clear, El Rey, we don't have timeout in our culture for the most part. Most Caribbean parents are still using the methodology of corporal punishment. And I mean, I even had to chuckle to my daughter the other day, something she did. And I said, Gianna, do you know that if you were born in a traditional Caribbean household, you would already have had a beating in your life. She didn't even understand the concept. As a 6-year-old, she's like, what do you mean? What's a beating? Like, she doesn't know what that is. But I'm telling you, in most, I would say probably 95%, if not higher, of the Caymanian parents that I know or the Jamaican parents that I know, that is exactly what the children are being exposed to. And to prove the point, El Rey, there is immense amount of research that has been done of the people who are incarcerated in prisons. The vast majority of those individuals were products, or in their household, corporal punishment was used as a primary means of disciplining children. So this is a bit of a misnomer that, oh, people put kids in timeout and that's the culture that we're in. It's actually not at all. It's like the US has a culture of gun violence. That is why now death by guns is the #1 killer of young people, more than anything else.
In
Because
particular,
that is
young
their
Black people.
Yes. And that is why, because they have this culture, this deep-seated culture. Everybody wants to carry firearms in the United States of America. That is part of their cultural norm. You're unusual if you don't have a gun in your home in the US. And there are real-world implications and consequences to that as well.
Let me give you a perfect example. I was having a conversation with some students from this wasn't recently, this was back in 2005, right? When the then premier, who's currently on trial now for corruption, right? He had a very flashy government, very flashy. They spent a lot of money.
This is your TCI premier.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
And Michael Mizik. And I remember I went to the community college to give a presentation. And I was speaking to some young men afterwards, and they said to me, Mr. Wilson, everything you say is really nice and that's all great, but I don't think I have to go to school and get an education and, whatever. And I say, well, why do you think that? And you know what they said to me? Well, look at the politicians.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? They say, yeah, if the premier can commit crimes and get away with it, then why can't we? Yeah. This is literally what the kid said to me. And I was just stunned.
Unbelievable.
And he said, if the politicians can live a high life, then I don't see why I can't live a high life too.
Yeah. Wow.
So we need to be careful the impression we give young people, because we think they're not paying attention. But they are. And they see it and they believe that is the way of life. And it's the same thing in certain violent communities. Young people grow up in violent communities and become conditioned to violence because they think that is the way of life. I'm not saying that every young kid is going to grow up and be conditioned to violence. That would be ludicrous. Not every person who's spanked or who's beaten is going to be violent. That's just not scientifically logical. But it does increase that risk, and it does increase the chances that they will believe that. It's the same thing, and I'll use another phrase from the Bible. The Bible says that justice delayed makes criminals emboldened. It's in Numbers, the book of Numbers.
Yes.
So in other words, when people are not prosecuted for their crimes, they do bigger and bigger crimes. Why? Because they don't believe they'll be caught.
Yep. Yeah. And even this, I'm reading here about Oscar Lewis, who coined the term culture of poverty in his 1961 book, The Children of Sanchez, right? So he based his thesis on this ethnographic studies of small Mexican communities. And he said that in his study, he uncovered approximately 50 attributes shared within these communities, including frequent violence, desensitization to violence, etc. And again, even that has an impact when we talk about, our economic opportunities. We have to understand that this cycle of poverty has, very identifiable elements to it. People who live in poverty, constant state of hopelessness, they have children are born in poverty, and it just is a continual cycle. That's obviously what the word cycle means, But, even that is so incredibly interesting. A lot of times we wish to solely blame external forces as to why we remain poor nations. And oftentimes we have to look again at the cultures and the norms that we have accepted. You were talking about borrowing money to be able to take a vacation. When you see people of true generational wealth, there are certain things that they just don't do. When you see people, these rappers and other people who have just come into money, what's the first thing they go spend their money on? Flashy cars, flashy jewelry, and a grill, gold teeth grill, and the most ridiculous and foolish things. They want to look the part. They want to look like they have money. Some of the wealthiest people in the world, if you were just to look at them, you wouldn't know that they're a billionaire and that they have true generational wealth in their families.
Sandy, I worked in banking for 2 years, right? And one of the things I discovered in banking is exactly what you're saying. And I remember it hit me in such an insulting way. I remember this guy came into the bank one day, and he came to the counter and he was like, he passed me a slip and he said, "Can I get that off of my bank account?" And I'll admit something here. In the bank at that time, I had been working for like 6 months as a teller. And we used to play this game, guess how much money people come for.
Yeah.
Right? And so we'd look at a person like the tellers and we'd basically have a bet on how much money this person come for. And so when the guy came into the bank, we were all making jokes because he was dirty. I mean, he looked like a mechanic, like he had just come from under a car. And so I said to one of the tellers, I said, probably come from maybe $500 or whatever. And so when I looked at the note, he wanted $20,000. And so I was stunned. I was like, okay, this must be his last $20,000. And I go and I pull up the man's account, and the man got over $500,000 on his account. And I'm looking at the guy and I'm looking at his account and I'm like, how in the world does this man have $500,000 on his account? And it says how we perceive things. Why? Because I've been conditioned to think that someone that looks like him shouldn't have that kind of money.
Wow.
You see?
Yeah.
And I got to find out that the man was actually pretty wealthy. He just doesn't care how he dresses. And I realized that a lot of the people that were coming to the bank, pulling up an Lexus and all these expensive cars, had no money on their accounts.
Exactly. They're the ones living paycheck to paycheck.
Listen, I can remember.
And Cayman, we have a joke. We say that people buy these expensive cars and don't even have anywhere to park it because they don't own a house. They don't have nothing.
Sandy, at one point there was this guy that owned a BMW that was parking it next to a shack. He lived in the shack, but he drove a BMW.
Yep.
Right. And it was and I'm like, we have been conditioned to believe that these are the things that makes us worthy, not just wealthy, but worthy. And for me, it's so upsetting as a Black person because Black people seriously believe that the only way they can make themselves worthy is by putting on gold chains, by dressing in the most expensive this. It's just like I know parents who say, "Oh, my child don't wear nothing but Jordan." I say, well, good, because when your child turn 16, 17, I hope you can keep affording those Jordans.
Exactly. This it says, despite studying very small communities, Lewis extrapolated his findings to suggest a universal culture of poverty. More than 45 years later, the premise of the culture of poverty paradigm remains the same. That people in poverty share a consistent and observable culture and so serves a significant adaptive function. And this is so interesting because one of the things that you want to do, folks, is to actually study and learn from other people. That's why I tell people the key to opening doors in your life is to pick up a book. Read The Millionaire Next Door. Read the Rules of Work. You know, these are some of the things that I have. Baby Steps Millionaires. These are some, just looking at my own personal library right now. These are
Rich
some of
Dad,
the
Poor
books.
Dad.
Yes, these are some of the things that are actually in my, library of just books that we should all read.
Sandy, but what is culture other than the software of the mind? It is just simply programming of your mind.
Yes. If you've never read a Malcolm Gladwell book, let me tell you that you are missing out on a man who can make you just question. It's so deep in your mind. He's written some amazing books, everything from Blink, The Power of Thinking Without Thinking, The Tipping Point, How Little Things Can Make a Difference. You know, here on CMR, we have a couple projects, but there's only so many days in the year, I suppose, but we want to kick off our cooking show. That's one project. But we also have a book club project. And I keep saying that I want to do it, but I think I just need to do it. We just need to pick a book and start reading, because I feel like as a community, we need to do more reading. We need to have these types of discussions around these ideas and these concepts that are brought up in books. Listen to this. Abuse is 3 times more common in poor families. Did y'all just hear that? Abuse is 3 times more common in poor families. And this was more of a predictor of abuse than race. Isn't that crazy? Folks, it's the truth. And then abuse leads to all sorts of things.
Can I add some things here that I've observed, once again, from my standpoint as being someone who's worked with young people, right? And some of the things that you observe with persons who struggle financially, right? You find that oftentimes, if a young person struggles financially, they have parents who struggle financially, and those parents have their parents who struggle financially. You find that typically it's not about education, but it's about the habits that they've been taught in terms of economics and what actually leads to financial stability. You find that those people tend to have more instances of violence in their home. You tend to find that those people tend to be more aggressive, right? And I'm just saying this to say that poverty is an evil thing, and it seems to make people evil. And I always say that if politicians are serious about changing Caribbean societies, then they need to start with changing the issue of poverty. I said to a senior politician here, I said, wouldn't it be great if we could create a savings culture in Turks and Caicos? I said, because we don't have a culture of saving. We have a culture of being over leveraged.
Right.
The majority of people in Turks and Caicos, I'm telling you, it would probably only take maybe $500-600 sudden debt to put them in bankruptcy. Because why? They have a house loan, they have a car loan, they have this, and I'm sure it's probably the same in Cayman and other places.
Yes, absolutely.
We've been taught that we have to leverage ourselves to the bank to the point of death. And I said to the politician, I said, why not teach our people to save and invest? Why not introduce an investment course for persons graduating high school? They have to do 3 months of budget management and investment. Teach them actually how to spend money. And the reason why I said that is because at the time, we had students who were complaining that the money that government was sending them was not enough. And I was a student myself at the time. And we had formed a students association, and I was vice president. And I asked all of the students to send us their financial information. And when we went through the finances, we found that most students, because we got the cost of living for each area in the UK, because we were in the UK at the time, and we found that most students were actually getting more than enough money to support themselves financially. But their spending habits was the problem. They were buying clothes, they were buying shoes. A lot of them were partying and then not paying their bills.
Right.
And so then they would be calling home for more money. And so parents would be complaining, oh, the government isn't sending. No, the government was sending enough money. Kids weren't
Yes,
managing their
managing it.
money.
Yes.
And so I said to this politician, I said, you know, when you take a 17, 18, even a 21-year-old who've never had a bank account in their life, suddenly give them a bank account and put $2,000 on it every month, what do you think is going to happen?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
It's like the Native Americans who are part of the Seminole tribe. You know, every single month, because of the deal that they brokered with the U.S., they get to have these tax-free areas that are Seminole property, and they get casinos, which are very, very lucrative. I mean, they make billions and billions of dollars in these casinos. And one of the things they do is they give Native Americans money, and they get a certain amount depending on if you're 100% Cherokee Indian, or you can prove that you're 100% whatever. You get so much money, right? And it's into the thousands of dollars that potentially you could be getting. If you're 25%, you'll get 25% of whatever the agreed amount is. So people out there fighting to identify themselves as Native Americans so they can get a piece of this pie. Well, this is not a situation that has, as it turns out, quite ironically, been beneficial to the Native Americans. Most of them have they're not plantations, but on the reservations. I wanted to say plantations, they might as well be, really. I mean, the alcoholism, the highest level of alcoholism in the entire US is in Seminole County, where you have, you know, Indians living on the reservations. They're not motivated. They don't have to work. It's just a lifestyle, the abuse in their communities. It has created a subculture in America for Native American Indians that has left them far worse off than I'm sure what they have imagined. Their colonial masters, whoever came to America first, stole their land, raped their women, scalped them, did whatever. Their legacy today, in most cases, is far worse than that, because they have managed, because of this system of, oh, we're going to just give you something. We're going to just give you money. They have managed to create a system that is shockingly a sad indictment on them and a complete failure. Yes, they get $2,000-$3,000 a month that they don't have to work for, but that doesn't benefit you. There are, you know, positive things out of knowing how to work for yourself, of having to get up every morning and have some purpose in your life. And they don't have that. I mean, it is just, if you read up on these.
No, I was going to say that, you know, I've done a lot of reading about the situation with Native Americans in the U.S. and it's very tragic. And a lot of people think that these people are living good, but as you said, they have the highest instances of violence in the U.S., the highest instances of sexual assault, the highest instances of alcoholism, drug use. I mean, on and on and on and on and on. And it's just a sad situation. Yeah. But again, I'm not going to entirely blame it on the Pilgrims in colonialism, but that played a role in it.
Yeah, no, this is about individuals recognizing, quite frankly, that you know, this even concept of getting a handout is not something that normally benefits people. And getting a hand up in life is one thing, but getting handouts and free things in life does not motivate people to do the things that they need to do.
And that is what I wanted to get to. We've had people in Turks and Caicos when the previous administration, again, going back to the Michael Mizigek administration, I know persons personally, friends of mine, that were getting $50,000 to literally paint trees on the beach and are struggling now because they don't have a job. I know persons that, I mean, people literally thought this was going to last forever.
Wow.
They literally thought they would never have to work for the rest of their lives. You know, I know persons who were bringing in women from the Dominican Republic and other places to have parties. You know, and I remember when we went through the whole financial crisis and persons couldn't get paid, and one of my friends was like, "Oh, you know, the government. This is the fault of the government," and blah blah blah. And I turned to him and I said, where was this the fault of the government when you were getting $50,000 to move chairs from upstairs downstairs? You were getting $20,000 to paint trees on the
Yes.
beach and do all sorts of nonsense. I say you didn't complain about that. I say what they
Yeah.
didn't tell you is you was getting your money in advance. You just didn't know. You thought it was going to last forever, so you didn't save any of it.
Right.
I
Just
have a
sad,
friend that had $100,000 and went to a strip club in one night and it was gone.
$100,000 in a strip club. And
Don't
one
ask
night.
me. I have no idea what
Jeez,
they
peace. That's
right?
now that's a whole new definition of making it rain. My goodness, what the
So
heck?
I'm just saying that, listen, if I tell you some of the stuff that went on, it's absolutely mind-blowing. And to see some of the same people now struggling and saying, oh, we need to bring back this Michael Mizik. We need to and I'm like, why do we need to bring back the same person that put you in the position you're in? You don't think they put you in that position, but they did. They conditioned you to believe you have to live by handouts.
Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I can count the number of persons I know of that did something decent with the money they got. And they are few and far between. Most of them just,
And I mean
wasted it.
that is why people who get involved in like drug dealers or whatever. I mean it's like this cycle where it doesn't even make any sense for you to have access to that kind of money because the vast majority of those people do nothing good with it. It's just like a complete waste being a drug dealer and say, oh, I can make $10,000 a day. Why? What are you going to do with it that is going to be long-term productive for yourself, your family, or you know what I'm saying? You're going to waste it on, again, foolish things, foolish purchases because you don't have the intellectual upbringing or capacity or culture to know that you have to plan for the future. You need to invest in certain things. And it's not the flashiness of a fast car or, jewelry that you can barely wear around your neck because it weighs 20,000 pounds or whatever. So easy come, easy go. Even when it's from the proceeds of criminal activity, those same people can't, in most instances, make very much of it. They have nothing to show for it in the end. Some of the biggest drug dealers in the world, by the time their heyday is over, if they don't end up in jail or a box or whatever, they still end up broke. They see people who come to them. Listen, we have a book. Lee Rich wrote his book, Caymanian. Talked about he was rolling in it back in the 80s, all this money, millions of dollars. Caymanians, including some current politicians, he named McKeever Bush. He named by I don't know if he called him specifically by name, but he named Moses Kirkernel, former minister of tourism in the BRAC, coming to him, talking about Moses was snorting cocaine and borrowing money to keep his shipping company going and this. Hello. This was the life. Fast and furious, all kind of people. He said so many people borrowed money from him to start up businesses and to do this and to do that. And when it came down to it and he had nothing left, well, he certainly couldn't go to any of those people for loan. This is the life. Damien, I know we've gone significantly into overtime this morning. I want to thank you so much for coming on the program. I think these conversations are necessary. And it's necessary at some point in life to also move beyond conversations and really get to policies and actions that are going to make a difference in the lives of our people. And that is why, I really beg our people to start looking at who they're electing to public office with a view to elect people who don't just talk the talk, because we got enough of that around the place. We got people who can promise you the world, and they have never demonstrated. And when I call this out, people got a little bit upset with me saying, well, Sandy's saying this. When I say to you, these guys have never made $12,000, $11,000 in their life in a single month. They have no experience in business. They have no experience in developing policy, writing policy, research initiative, nothing. You are electing people who are just a figurehead.
Sandy,
Yes,
the problem we have in the Caribbean is I keep telling people, cronyism is something that happens everywhere. I don't care where you go, it happens everywhere. The difference is in other places, people hire qualified cronies to help them. Our politicians seem to hire friends and families who are just as ignorant as them about the situation, right? So if you think they don't hire cronies in the US, you're wrong. You think they don't hire cronies in the UK, you're wrong. They do. Their cronies are just qualified. And I'm not making an excuse to hire qualified cronies. What I'm saying is that hire qualified people. In other words, vote for politicians that are going to make a difference. Stop voting for people that are going to give you a handout. That person is not your friend. Matter of fact, they are your enemy in a way, because they are keeping you where you are.
Exactly. And Damien says, wish we could print money when we want. That's the whole idea, Damien, that we're saying doesn't work. That type of mentality you need to shed. That's the whole point of what we're saying. That type of easy come, easy go mentality never is a real solution. Printing
Sandy,
money doesn't solve your problems.
I am for. I think one of your callers or someone mentioned it today while Premier Panton was on, about the idea of a recall. I am an advocate of recall legislation. I have been saying it for years. I think Caribbean countries need to stop thinking, oh, we're in the Westminster system. Okay, so what? Is it working for you? And I think we need to get to a point where we put in recall legislation similar to that in California and other parts of the US, where if you can get a certain percentage of the voting public to say, listen, we don't like what our MP is doing, we're going to recall that MP. Of course, there has to be certain safeguards so people aren't doing it frivolously and for political reasons, but there has to be some measure whereby we don't have to wait for 4 years for somebody to continue damaging the country or the reputation of the country, where we can get them out of office and get a by-election or something.
Yep. All right, my dear. Another super interesting conversation. Damien Wilson, folks, from TCI. Damien works in media there in Turks and Caicos Islands. And of course, we're very, very appreciative for his very insightful discourse and positions. We will continue to invite Damien. We have a whole group now of Caribbean journalists in a WhatsApp group that I speak with on a regular basis. And, they are very, very busy, as we all are, but Damien has been able to make time for us to come on the program. Big shout out to, Miss Jacqueline Charles from Miami Herald. She covers quite a bit of the situation that's going on in Haiti. We have Dervin Malcolm. We've got Mr. Andre Stevens from Jamaica, Jeffrey Tavares from Jamaica as well, Julian Richardson and Julian Rogers, both of Jamaica, Kate Chappelle. I'm also Jamaica. Everybody's in Jamaica, except for, we've got BVI, Cayman Islands, and TCI obviously represented. So big shout out to our regional partners, though, because, it's these types of conversations that we can have on our various news platforms, but we can help to reach people, not just within our own borders, but truly beyond, and hope to affect some positive change and to maybe just agitate something in your head a little bit for you to reconsider why you think the way you think, where these concepts have come from, what you're introducing, and really about trying to, for the future generations, to try to make some changes, some sustainable long-term changes in our lives. So Damien, thank you once again.
Sandy, thank you. Thank your listeners for having me, and hopefully, discourse like this changes the Caribbean. I tell people I'm a regionalist at heart. I believe in the Caribbean region. I believe we can support ourselves. I believe we can create our own system of economics. We just need to put our heads together, So thank you guys, and all the best to you. And just a quick update on the situation in TCI. In the last couple of days, we've had 24 officers come in from the Bahamas. We have police officers from the US, the UK. I mean, we have a whole contingent of military and policing personnel from across different parts of the world in support of the crackdown on crime here in Turks and Caicos, and we'll see how things go.
Beautiful. All right, folks. So once again, thank you very, very much. I'm gonna leave our listeners with a little something today. It's called "Wisdom of the Owl." My apologies. And then I'm going to play the news. Kevin's back. Kevin Watler's back doing the news daily. So this is coming from dailyohm.com. This is one of my favorite websites for just wise words that often can cause us to reflect. So today's inspiration is called "Wisdom of the Owl." And it says, owls are patient messengers, bringers of information, and the holders of wisdom and capable of seeing the unseen. For as long as humankind has recognized animals as teachers, wise people have recognized traits worthy of respect in both wild and domestic creatures. The cultural and spiritual significance of certain animals transcends geographical boundaries. But the majestic and mysterious owl has for over many millennia served as the focal point of numerous contradictory beliefs. Though owls have been regarded with awe and fascination, they have also served as agents of fear. Since owls are nocturnal, human-owl encounters tended to occur at night and likely when the bird was swooping silently down to earth to grapple with prey. Yet, even as some shield away from the owl, calling it an agent of darkness, others recognize the depths of awareness in beautiful owl's eyes. In the classical Greek tradition, an owl could often be found perched on the shoulder of Athena, goddess of wisdom, while owls could ward off bad luck in Roman lore. It is an indigenous American mythos, that the owl attains its own unique identity. Owls are patient messengers, bringers of information, and the holders of wisdom, and they're capable of seeing the unseen. With their keen eyesight, they can glance into the soul to discern meaning and motive, and they are totems of truth. Unlike our distant forebears, we may never encounter an owl, in the wild, but we can nonetheless internalize the wisdom of the owl by attuning ourselves to its most venerable qualities. Fully integrating the medicine of the owl into spiritual existence is a matter of considering how we might open ourselves more fully to the wisdom that can be found in the larger universe. Should you find your efforts blocked as you commune with the owl, remember that it was not always revered as an icon of wisdom. This denizen of the nighttime has overcome many prejudices in its long association with humankind. To reveal those hidden elements of the self that impact your life, for better or for worse, you must often make your way through the darkest parts of your soul. There is indeed darkness both inside the self and outside of the self. But like the owl, you can transcend it by drawing nourishment from the insights you receive when you penetrate it. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little nugget of wisdom this morning, folks. Yes, indeed. And there is just so much that we can do. We have the power to find solutions for ourselves on an individual basis and for ourselves as small nation countries and ourselves regionally as well. Sometimes you've got to take a moment and just pause and reflect a bit more. Here's the news now from Kevin Watler, folks. Thank you so much for supporting CMR. 5 years going strong, and we appreciate and love you guys so much. And we're just continuing to grow strength by strength. Thank you, Sir Damien. We appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
Hello, I'm Kevin Watler, and this is your CMR Daily Buzz. The government of the Cayman Islands has taken a strong measure to reduce road accidents and fatalities due to drink driving on its roads. The Cayman Islands has now moved from being one of the most lenient drink driving countries and stands slightly behind the average restrictions for the world's strictest jurisdictions against driving under the influence of alcohol. Parliament passed the Traffic Amendment Bill on Monday after a unanimous vote. The new amendments to the Traffic Act has reduced the legal blood alcohol concentration for drivers from 0.1% to 0.07%. The new limit is more stringent than that of the United States, United Kingdom, other than Scotland, which is 0.05%, and Canada. The Department of Vehicle and Driver's Licensing Breakers office will be temporarily closed and will reopen on Monday, October 17th. The Crew Road and West Bay locations will remain open during this period. People can renew their vehicle and driver's licenses online by visiting DVDL's website. The Cayman Islands National Robotics Team left for Geneva, Switzerland on Monday to compete in the first Global Challenge International Robotics Tournament with Mangrover, the robot they have custom designed. Mangrover was built to represent the Cayman Islands in the carbon capture themed event. Every year, First Global selects a theme that challenges teams from 180 countries to work together and tackle the big issues facing the planet. Carbon capture focuses on finding climate solutions to reduce the amount of carbon released into the atmosphere by augmenting natural processes or creating new technologies. Now for your CMR weather update, it's brought to you by WG Charters. Sunrise at 6:19. Isolated thunderstorms in the morning and then partly cloudy skies is expected. When the temperature is at 87 degrees Fahrenheit and the humidity is at 73%, like the forecast calls for, it will feel between 100 and 103 degrees Fahrenheit. The winds east at 10 to 15 miles per hour, then the sun sets at 6:04. At nighttime, the temperature falls to the high 70s. Looking forward, a typical summer pattern of hot days, warm nights with scattered showers is expected. CMR weather updates are brought to you by WG Charters. They offer private boat trips for a great price, and we encourage you to support them. Now for some regional and international news. Tropical storm Carl formed in the Gulf of Mexico and is expected to make landfall in Mexico on Thursday. Forecasters say heavy rainfall will lead to flash flooding, mudslides causing life-threatening conditions over the next few days. Jamaica's Broadcasting Commission imposed an immediate ban on the playing of music that it says, among other things, promotes or glorifies lottery scamming, the use of illicit drug Molly, and illegal guns. The commission, whose role is to monitor and regulate electronic media, broadcast radio, and television, as well as subscriber television, said the directive to radio stations reinforces its commitment to keeping the airwaves free of harmful content, given the important role traditional media still play as agents of socialization. It said the use of public airwaves to broadcast songs that promotes or glorify illegal activity could give the wrong impression that criminality is an accepted feature of Jamaican culture and society. Dominica's chief magistrate has sentenced a man to 1 year in jail for stealing wine, but not before telling him that it is one thing to steal, but to steal from the church and the people of God is grave. The magistrate imposed the jail term on Jeffrey Charles nearly 1 year after police stopped him on a street in the capital. Chairman of the Caribbean Community CARICOM Council for National Security and Law Enforcement, Dr. Horace Chang, said the United States has given a commitment to the region that it will work towards stemming the flow of illegal firearms into the Caribbean. Washington's commitment to assist the region was given during an extensive presentation at a 3-day meeting by U.S. agencies, including Homeland Security, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, Agency for Narcotics, among others. That's it for now on Daily Buzz. Thank you for joining me. Please stay safe and God bless.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.